I've been a ranger in Northern California for just over 12 years now. I'm based near a mid-sized forested region that stretches into low mountains. Not high like the Sierras, but steep enough to give you a good sweat and lose a lot of people who don't pay attention to their footing or the terrain. It's a mix of pine, cedar, oak, and patches of dense brush. People hike here, sometimes camp if they have a permit, and occasionally just come and get lost for a while, physically or mentally. You learn a lot about people out here. You also learn to never take anything lightly, especially when things start to feel off. There's this one stretch of forest not too far from where I live, close enough I can walk into it from the back of my property. It's not officially part of the national park, but it bumps up right next to it. It's a no man's land that doesn't get patrolled much and technically doesn't fall under federal protection. Just open land, never developed. I usually leave it alone. It's not on any maps. No formal trails. Mostly just deer paths, old animal runs, and a few worn foot routes made by bored locals or kids with nothing better to do. One Sunday afternoon in late October a few years ago, I had a buddy over. I won't name him here, but he's not a ranger, just someone I'd known since high school. He used to come visit me a few times a year. We'd drink a little, talk about dumb stuff, cook outside. That day we were sitting on my back porch around 2 p.m. when we got the idea to head into the woods behind the house. It wasn't unusual for us to explore off-trail. We'd done it dozens of times. But this time he brought something with him. 2 tabs of acid. I was off duty for a few days, no responsibilities, and I trusted him. I didn't do that kind of thing often, but I wasn't new to it either. I knew my limits, and I knew these woods. So we took the tabs, packed some water, light jackets, and headed out the back property line and into the forest. The sun was still high, the air was crisp but not cold, and the trees were just starting to drop color. Golden leaves covered most of the forest floor in a soft layer that muffled our steps. We walked for maybe 40 minutes, steadily moving uphill. The woods were spaced out well. Trees weren't too thick, and we could walk without getting tangled in brush. There was no real direction, just us following instinct, stepping between trees and over logs, stopping to laugh every now and then at something we saw. Sometimes we crouched down and stare at mushrooms or patches of moss like they were pieces of art. The trip was gentle, smooth, not overwhelming. The forest felt alive, but not in a threatening way. Just breathing. Around the 1-hour mark, we stumbled into something strange. At first, it just looked like someone had scattered stones around. But as we got closer, we saw that they weren't random. There were these little circles made out of pebbles, dozens of them, some only a foot wide, others maybe 3 feet across. And they were all laid out with care, spaced out in a grid that wasn't perfect, but clearly intentional. The longer we stood there, the more of them we saw. They blended into the ground until you were looking for them. Each ring had something slightly different. Some had small sticks laid across the center, forming excess. Some had little carved pieces of wood stuck in the dirt, like miniature totems. A few had flat stones set in the middle like headstones. One even had a dog collar wrapped around a short stick, the tag rusted and unreadable. That's when the air changed. Even with the trip going on, I could feel something heavy come over the place. It wasn't fear exactly, more like unease. A deep wrongness that made me want to back away. But we didn't. We just stood there, looking at them. It was weird, sure, but in the moment, we were too detached from the seriousness of it. We joked with each other without saying a word, just making faces and pointing. At the far end of the clearing, half hidden under a bent cedar, there was a small wooden sign. I walked over to it while he stayed behind. The wood was old and damp, nails rusted through. It looked like someone had used a wood-burning tool to etch in words. It said, Animal Resting Grounds, 1947 to 1986. Please respect the peace. I remember reading it and just feeling like I'd stepped into something that shouldn't have been touched. Like this part of the forest wasn't supposed to be found. Not because it was hidden by force, but because it belonged to a time long gone. A private thing, tucked away for people and animals now long dead. We didn't linger much after that. The laughter faded. My friend caught up, saw the sign, and didn't say anything either. We just kind of looked around in silence. Both of us slowly sobering up emotionally, even though the acid was still working its way through us. The trouble started when we decided to head back. We come a mostly straight line, we thought, so getting out should have been simple. But it wasn't. Somehow we kept missing our own tracks. The ground was soft with leaves, but we should have seen broken branches or some trace of the way we came. Instead, it all looked unfamiliar. We weren't lost yet, just turned around. That's what I kept telling myself. We walked in what felt like the right direction for 20 minutes, then 40. Nothing looked familiar. We weren't panicking, but we were both quiet now, serious. The trees felt denser. The ground was rougher. More fallen limbs, thicker undergrowth. At some point, we passed what looked like a dry creek bed, but I didn't remember crossing one on the way in. Then we saw it, at the top of a slight rise in the ground. Standing perfectly still was the biggest white dog I'd ever seen. Its fur looked like snow, long, thick, matted in some spots. It was watching us, just standing there like it had been waiting. No leash, no collar, no movement. We both froze. The way it just stared, it didn't bark, didn't growl, didn't even shift its weight. It was like a statue. After a moment, it started walking toward us. Not fast, just steady. I had my knife on me, a standard field one, but I didn't take it out. I didn't want to look aggressive. I remember how surreal the moment felt. We were already mentally twisted from the trip, but this grounded us in a different kind of fear. The kind where you realize you don't know what the hell is about to happen. It kept following us. Not close enough to attack, just close enough to keep pace. We turned, changed direction. It followed. Every now and then it would pause to sniff the air or stare off into the trees, but it never let us get more than 50 yards ahead. That went on for 20 minutes. Finally, we heard rustling off in the distance. Not fast or loud, just a person-sized disturbance. A man stepped out from behind a thick pine. He was old, barefoot, wearing dirty pants and a woven vest with no shirt underneath. His beard was long and gray, his eyes clear. He didn't say anything, just clapped his hands twice, and the dog immediately turned and jogged back to him. He turned and walked away with the dog at his heel. That was it. We didn't follow. We just stood there, waiting until they were gone, then kept moving. We finally came across a logging trail that I recognized, and from there, it was a long walk downhill to where the forest met the edge of my property again. By the time we made it back, the sun was already low. We'd been gone nearly 5 hours. I didn't sleep much that night. A few days later, I went back out. Sober. Alone. GPS. Compass phone. I tried to retrace our steps. I followed the same general route, climbed the same ridges, even found what I thought was the dry creek bed. But I never found the cemetery. I spent 2 days looking, marked trees, mapped everything. I still never found it again. I don't talk about that place much. I don't even tell most other rangers. Partly because I still can't explain what it was doing there. There's no record of it. I asked a few older folks in the area, even one retired ranger who'd worked here in the 70s. No one remembered an animal cemetery out that way. But the weirdest part is this. A few months later, in early spring, I was doing trail maintenance not far from that general area, probably a couple miles off. I found a single white dog hair caught on a low branch, too high for any normal animal to reach without jumping. Just one thick strand of fur, stuck in the bark like a marker. I still have it. Sometimes, when the wind's right and the sun's just low enough, I'll catch the smell of old cedar and wet stone drifting through my backyard. And for a second, I remember those circles in the woods, laid out like quiet tombs no one asked to find. I never found the cemetery again, but I never tried that hard either. I've spent most of my adult life working in parks. Remote places mostly. Forest Service, then national parks, and now a more quiet position as a seasonal ranger at a small state forest in the upper Midwest. The work is peaceful, quiet. I do daily checks, walk old trails, keep an eye on the fire conditions, report illegal hunting or dumping, and occasionally help with hikers who've gone off trail. Some days I don't see another person. I like it that way. When things are slow, and they usually are, I find myself thinking about my childhood more and more. I guess that just happens as you get older. But lately I've been thinking about something specific. Something small but strange. It happened when I was around 10 or 11. I'm not sure what brought it to the front of my mind again after all this time. But ever since it came back to me, I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. Back then, my grandparents lived on a farm tucked away deep in rural Wisconsin. Not one of those cute, hobby-style farms you see on the covers of magazines. This was real raw land, old barns, rusted equipment, fields that dipped into the woods, gravel driveways with grass growing up through the middle. No neighbors in sight. They had maybe a dozen chickens, a few goats at one point, and some fruit trees. It was quiet, remote, the kind of place where if you didn't know the road to get there, you'd never find it. My parents would drop me off there sometimes in the summers when they were busy or just needed a break. I didn't mind. I liked the quiet. My grandparents were kind in that old, no-nonsense Midwestern way. They didn't hover over me. I had a lot of free time to explore the property. I'd walk the fields, poke around the barns, throw rocks in the creek that ran along the back of the land. But my favorite thing to do was walk the edge of the woods. There was a tree line that ran along the western side of their property. Not thick forest, but dense enough that you couldn't see very far and once you stepped past the first row of trees. I was never allowed to go too deep in. My grandfather was firm on that. Not in a scary way, just clear. Don't go too far in. You'll get turned around, he said once when I asked. I never really questioned it. I stayed close to the edge, sometimes no more than 50 feet inside. It always felt cooler in there, quieter. I liked the smell of the trees and moss and the thick layer of pine needles that made the ground soft and silent under my feet. One afternoon, late July, I think, it had rained a little in the morning, but the sun had come back out, and everything was steaming in that humid, sticky way it does in the Midwest. I remember the air had that wetwood smell, and the bugs were loud, constant. I walked into the woods like I usually did. Not far, just enough to get out of the sun. There was a spot I liked to go to, just a little hollow where a few trees had fallen years before. They crisscrossed each other in a way that made a sort of loose fort, like a natural lean-to. I sat on one of the logs and just listened to the woods. That was one of my favorite things to do. Just sit there and be still. Even then, I like silence more than most people. That's when I saw it. Tucked into the fork of a tree about 10 feet away was something that didn't belong. It was dark brown and shaped strangely. I got up and walked over to it. It was a wooden sculpture. A bird, maybe a crow or raven, carved from a single piece of wood. It wasn't big, maybe the size of football, but it looked heavy. It had a long, curved beak and outstretched wings, like it was about to take off. The carving wasn't perfect. There were tool marks in it, and the wings were rough in some places, but it had detail. Someone had spent time on it. At the time, I just thought it was cool. I figured maybe it belonged to my grandparents, or maybe it was something my grandfather had carved. I picked it up. It was heavier than I expected, and carried it back to the house. I remember the wood being dark and smooth, almost polished and slightly damp from the rain. I showed it to my grandparents when I came in. They looked at it and then at each other. I don't remember them saying much, but I remember my grandmother wiping her hands on her apron and shaking her head. My grandfather looked at it for a while, turned it over in his hands. He just said it wasn't his, and he'd never seen it before. That was it. I set the bird on the shelf in the mudroom and forgot about it. The summer went on. I went back home when school started. The next summer, I was older and spent less time exploring. I don't remember ever seeing that sculpture again. I think my grandparents moved it, or maybe they got rid of it. I didn't think about it again for years. Decades, really. Until recently. I think what brought it back to me was a patrol I did this spring. There's a section of forest here that doesn't get much traffic. It's not on any public trail, just an old fire road that's been swallowed up by growth. Most people don't even know it's there. I check it maybe once a month. That day was wet. It had rained hard the night before. The ground was soft, the kind that leaves clean tracks. I parked my truck at the gate and walked the rest. About 2 miles in, I saw something odd, just a single deep boot print off to the left side of the trail. Fresh, clear tread, but no prints before or after. Just one, like someone had stepped out of the woods, stopped, then vanished. I scanned the area for more, but the ground was too covered in needles and leaves. Still, something about that lone print stuck with me. I marked the GPS and kept moving. Not long after, I came to a clearing. Well, I hadn't remembered being there. That happens sometimes. Trees fall, crews cut back dead growth, wind takes down branches. Clearings appear and disappear. This one was ringed with younger saplings, and right in the middle of it, sitting on a flat stone, was a wooden carving. A bird, just like the one from my grandparents' woods. Same size, same shape, dark wood, wings lifted like it was about to fly. I didn't touch it. I just stood there for a long time, staring. It was like I was 10 years old again, standing in those woods, holding that strange sculpture in my hands. I looked around. There were no signs of recent activity. No footprints, no broken branches. The stone it sat on was covered in moss except for the top, which had been recently cleared, like someone had wiped it down just to set the sculpture there. I didn't take it with me this time. I don't know why. Maybe it felt wrong. I marked the coordinates in my GPS and left it there. That night, I lay awake for a long time thinking about the first bird, the one from my grandparents' woods. All those years ago, the more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Back then, I never asked how it got there. I just assumed someone had made it and lost it. But who? My grandparents lived over 2 miles from the nearest paved road. Their land was surrounded on 3 sides by woods, and the 4th by empty fields. No one just passed through. And now, all these years later, I find an identical sculpture in a part of the forest that no one visits. No public trails, no nearby houses, and no reason for someone to carry a hand-carved wooden bird into the middle of nowhere just to leave it sitting on a stone. The next week, I went back. The carving was gone. No sign it had ever been there. The stone was still there, and the moss looked like it had started to grow back. But no bird. I searched the area, even widened my radius. Nothing. I didn't tell anyone. I'm not sure what I would even say. It's not illegal to leave a carving in the woods. There was no crime to report. Just a strange pattern. After that, I started to notice more. Not just carvings, but other small things. Arrangements. Like someone, or multiple someones, was spending time in areas that weren't meant to be visited. A stack of smooth stones balanced on a stump. A ring of sticks tied together with twine and hung from a tree. Once I found an old coffee can filled with feathers and pebbles, buried just beneath the surface of the forest floor, the dirt still loose. Each time I found something, I marked it, logged it, but I kept it off the official reports. I don't know why. I guess I didn't want to deal with the questions I didn't have answers for. These weren't violations, just strange things found in strange places, and none of them were threatening, just out of place. A few weeks ago, I decided to go back to the area where I found that second bird. It was late in the day, cloudy, gray light through the trees. I walked to the same clearing. The stone was still there, empty. Then I noticed something else. On a tree just behind the stone, high up where I almost missed it, was a small mark carved into the bark. A bird, wings raised. It was the same shape. That night, I dreamed of the sculpture from when I was a kid. Not in a spooky way, just vividly. I could feel the weight of it in my hands again. I could smell the damp wood. I woke up with the image of it burned into my head. I could see every notch and scrape. And suddenly, I remembered something I hadn't before. When I brought that sculpture back to the house as a kid, I remember setting it down in the mudroom. But later that night, when I passed by, it wasn't where I left it. I assumed my grandparents had moved it, but I never actually saw it again. And now, after finding the second one, I wonder if it ever made it into the house at all. I don't know who made them. I don't know why they were placed where they were. But I think someone was watching. Back then, and maybe now. Not in a threatening way. Just watching. I think someone has been marking certain places in the woods for a long time. Maybe for their own reasons. Maybe for someone else. I don't believe in ghosts or legends. I don't think it's magic or anything like that. But I know what I saw, and I know what I remember. Sometimes, the woods aren't empty, even when they seem like they are. And sometimes the strangest things are the ones that don't make a sound, don't move. I worked as a seasonal ranger for a rural county park system in Louisiana during my mid-30s. At that point in my life, I was just looking for solitude. I'd done enough of the city, enough of the people, and I'd seen enough trouble. I figured if I kept my head down, walked trails, fixed signage, kept folks from lighting fires or dumping trash, then I'd get what I wanted: quiet days, steady pay, and long walks in the woods. For the most part, I got all of that. Until that fall. The park was part of a larger patchwork of land owned by the county, but left mostly unmanaged. Most of it had been bought up decades ago from families who couldn't farm it anymore or moved away. Some pieces had been in disuse long before then. In fact, a lot of what I walked through every week had more history than any of us probably knew. The land didn't talk, but it kept its secrets in mossy fence posts, collapsing sheds, broken down wells, and rusted up barbed wire swallowed by tree bark. The area I patrolled covered several miles of backwoods with only a few marked trails, and I had a four-wheeler to get around the rougher places. I always carried a radio, a small sidearm, and a satchel with basic supplies. First aid, trail tape, topo maps, and a notebook where I'd write down things that needed repair or cleanup. Nothing fancy. Most days, I wouldn't see another person. Sometimes I wouldn't even hear another voice on the radio for hours. The incident happened late October. Weather was dry, skies were mostly clear. Mornings had started to turn crisp, and the frogs and insects were quieter than they'd been all summer. It was a Friday. I had about 4 hours left in my shift when I decided to check out a portion of the old boundary trail near the western edge of the property. That section had seen some minor erosion issues, and I'd been meaning to mark a few problem spots for the trail crew to inspect. That whole side of the park bordered some private land. Nothing fancy, just an overgrown lot that used to be a farmstead, long before the county bought it. A field, a thicket, and then a woods around a nasty little pond that stank like algae and wet iron. I'd passed through the area plenty of times before, but it usually didn't linger. Not because I believed anything was wrong with it, but because the trail would just fade out into brush, and I didn't like wasting time bushwhacking unless I had a reason. That day, I had a reason. A local hunter had reported an odd structure near the backside of the woods, so it looked like someone had been staying out there recently. I figured it might have been one of those off-grid campers, or squatters you get from time to time. Mostly harmless, but a liability if they started fires or left trash behind. We had rules about that. They weren't supposed to be there. I took the four-wheeler as far as I could down the Western Service Road, then walked in the last half mile through the brush. It was thick, and I got scratched up by blackberry vines and stumbled into an old roll of wire mesh halfway, sunk into the mud. The closer I got to the coordinates the hunter had given, the more things started to feel off. Not in any mystical way, just neglected. Like nothing had walked that patch in a long time. Not man, not animal. Then I saw it. An old shack with a tin roof. It sat in a slight clearing just before the woods thickened up around the pond. One side was leaning so far inward, I was amazed it hadn't caved in completely. The roof was mostly intact, though rusted and streaked with bird droppings and leaves. No door, just an open frame with a sagging lintel. The floor was bare wood, weathered, splintered, and grayed with age. Right away, I saw the piles of stuff inside. Clothes, mostly, heaped in the corner like someone had dumped a dozen garbage bags and never bothered to go through them. I saw moldy jeans, flannel shirts, bits of plastic hangers, torn socks. They looked decades old, and they smelled like damp paper and rat droppings. I could see bottle caps and busted-up jars mixed in. It reminded me of a hoard, the kind of mess you find in the back of an abandoned house, or a shed that belonged to someone who couldn't throw things away. A crusted-up white-wall tire hung from a low limb just outside the shack, tied with a length of nylon rope. Like a swing, but it barely moved. I noticed right away it was too low to be used by kids, just barely off the ground. The grass under was dead and packed down like something heavy had sat there for years. I stepped inside the shack carefully, watching where I put my boots. There were broken glass shards in the corners, old food tins, and a dented gas lantern that had tipped over and gone black with soot. The place didn't look like anyone had been living there recently. It looked more like someone had tried to live there a long time ago and then abandoned it without taking anything. There was something else. Bottles. Not just inside. They were up in the trees. I counted at least a dozen, old green and brown glass bottles perched in the crooks of branches or tied up with string. Some were painted or had wax drippings around the mouths. Others were cloudy, like they'd been filled with something and sealed for a long time. A few had feathers or what looked like bones inside. I didn't touch any of them. I'm not a superstitious man, but I grew up around folks who practiced hoodoo, root work, whatever you want to call it. I know enough not to mess with someone else's craft. Bottles in trees like that usually mean warding, protection, or trapping bad spirits, depending on who you ask. Doesn't matter what you believe. What matters is what they believed. Whoever left those bottles meant for them to be there, and it wasn't for decoration. The air around the shack felt thick. Still, the kind of quiet you don't normally get in the woods. No bugs, no birds, no frogs. Just the creak of trees and the faint slap of water against the pond edge. There was a deep hole dug just outside the shack, maybe 10 feet from the wall. I thought it might have been a hand dug well at first, but it was shallow, maybe 3 or 4 feet down, and wide enough to have been a watering hole or waste pit. The sides were lined with stone. Some of the rocks looked charred. I knelt by the edge and looked down. There were bottles in there too. Not the same kind as the ones in the trees. These were shattered and caked in mud. I saw something that looked like burnt cloth, maybe old bedding. There were also bones. Not big ones. Small. Maybe chicken or raccoon. It was hard to tell. I stood there for a while, notebook in hand, and made notes on what I saw. My first instinct was to flag the area for cleanup. But something held me back. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was intruding. Not just stepping onto someone's forgotten homestead, but walking into something they'd meant to keep buried. Later, I talked to one of the older rangers back at the station. I didn't say much, just mentioned I found a shack near the western boundary, full of junk and with bottles and trees. He asked if it was near the swampy pond. I said yes. That's when he told me about the preacher man. Said when he was a boy, the land we now patrolled had belonged to a black family who farmed part of it and let the rest go wild. The old man, people just called him Preacher, lived alone in that shack, if you could call it living. He played music, sang songs, and pushed a wheelbarrow full of junk down the roads, singing to himself. Locals avoided him, not because he was dangerous, but because he was strange. He collected bones, wore charms around his neck, claimed to talk to spirits of the land. But he was harmless, far as anyone knew. Just old, odd, and poor. Then one day, he stopped showing up. No one knows what happened. He just vanished. His shack was left as it was, and over time, most folks forgot about him. Some said he died out there. Others said he moved on. I couldn't stop thinking about that place. I returned the next week, this time during the morning. Everything looked the same. Bottles still in the trees. Tires still hanging. Still no sound in the woods. But something had changed. One of the bottle trees had more bottles. 3 new ones, clear glass, tied with fresh string. I knew they weren't there before. The wax on the tops was still tacky. That meant someone had been there since I was. And they were still practicing. I checked the trail leading in. Found no footprints, no tire marks. But the ground was soft. Maybe I just missed them. I reported it to the office. So it looked like someone was maintaining an old ritual site. My supervisor told me to keep an eye on it, but unless there was sign of recent camping or illegal dumping, we'd leave it be. Fine by me. Except I kept thinking about it. I go back every few weeks. Always alone. I stopped writing it in my logs. I don't know why. Maybe I just wanted to understand. The place was never vandalized. The bottles were never broken. New ones would appear every so often, tied high in the branches where you'd need a ladder to reach. Always the same look, old glass, some with feathers, others with bones, dirt, or bits of cloth inside. One afternoon, I brought a field camera and set it up at a distance, hidden by brush, pointing at the shack. Motion activated. It was supposed to run for 3 nights. Only made it through 1. When I retrieved the SD card, most of the footage was still. Nothing but wind, branches moving, shadows. Except around 2:47 a.m. There was a figure. Couldn't make out the face, just a silhouette moving slow through the trees. Tall, thin, wide hat, like a brimmed preacher's hat. They walked straight to the shack, paused, then moved out of frame. 5 minutes later, they came back into view, walking in the opposite direction. No flashlight, no sound, just a dark shape in the woods. That was the last frame before the battery died. The next day, it's been more than a decade since it happened, but I can still remember the exact feeling I had that evening, because I've never felt anything like it before or since. I've worked as a park ranger for over 20 years now, and before that, I was already spending a lot of time in the woods. Hunting, hiking, tracking, pretty much anything that put me outside. I've always trusted the land, even when it felt remote or unforgiving. That trust got shaken up that day. This happened when I was still relatively new to the job. I was stationed at a large tract of forested public land in the central U.S., somewhere between the rolling plains and the heavier timber farther north. Not going to say the exact park name, because I still work in the system and I don't need this story to be tied to any official paperwork or reports. But the land had been used for years by locals for deer season, and we worked closely with licensed hunters to make sure things stayed legal and safe. I'd even hunted that area myself before I ever wore the badge. There was a spot near the eastern boundary of the forest that we called the Twin Ridge Stretch. It was quiet, not super accessible unless you knew how to work your way in through the old service roads and follow a couple overgrown ATV trails. But it was a solid spot for hunting, especially during rut. The woods were healthy, oak, maple, some young hickory, and the deer moved through there often. There was a natural funnel near a dry creek bed that made it a great place to sit and just observe. I've been using that spot for years, even before I took the ranger job. Anyway, it was mid-November. Season had been open a couple of weeks. My buddy Casey and I were off duty that day, and we figured we'd head out to our usual place and do some evening hunting. He was set up about 300 yards to the west of me on a separate ridge, keeping an eye on a path we'd seen deer use the week before. We each had walkie-talkies. Nothing fancy, just basic radios we used to stay in touch when cell service got spotty, which it always did out there. We'd hunted this way plenty of times, and we had it down to a rhythm. That afternoon was typical for that time of the year. Cold, clear air, damp leaves, the kind of chill that settles in around your neck and fingertips if you're sitting still for too long. I got into position around 3:30 p.m. I remember that time clearly because I'd looked at my old field watch before I sat down. I was leaned up against a thick poplar tree, overlooking a flat section of leaf-covered forest floor that led down toward that creek bed. From there, the woods sloped up toward the east where the tree line met the edge of another private property. That tree line was about 85 yards from where I was sitting. I knew that land past the tree line well too. Belonged to a rancher named Gilmore who hadn't done anything with it in years. The barbed wire fence that marked the boundary had long since been swallowed by vines. For the first hour or so, things were calm. Nothing unusual. Squirrels, a few birds, and one small spiked buck wandered through about 4:15. Not legal for a tag in that unit, so I just watched him. I've always enjoyed those quiet moments more than anything, just being out there with nothing but wind and branches. You get into this weird headspace after a while where you're completely in tune with the woods. Every crack of a twig, every movement of leaves, it all stands out. Then it got to that magic hour, twilight. The time when the light dips just enough to play tricks on your eyes and the woods come alive. If you spend any time out hunting, you know what I mean. Everything starts to move. That's when I saw it. It started as just a flicker of movement at the edge of the tree line. Nothing alarming at first, just a dark shape between the trunks. It wasn't walking smoothly though. That's what got my attention. It wasn't like a deer. It wasn't fluid or graceful. It was big and awkward. My first thought, honestly, was that it was another hunter. Maybe someone had wandered over from the neighboring land. That annoyed me more than anything. It's not safe to be creeping along the tree line during that time of day, especially if you're not clearly marked. You're asking to get mistaken for a target, but something wasn't right about the way it moved. I kept watching it. It was black, or at least dark-colored and big. Not wide, but tall, maybe 6 feet or more, with long arms that seemed to swing slightly as it moved. It looked like it was hunched forward, almost crouching but still covering ground. And then, without warning, it sprinted. Not ran. Sprinted. This thing burst into motion like it had just heard a gunshot. And when I say it covered ground, I'm talking fast. Like faster than I've ever seen anything on 2 legs move before in the woods. From where I sat, that tree line extended about 200 yards across the eastern side of the clearing. This thing cleared the entire stretch in maybe 5-6 leaps. That's not an exaggeration. Long strides. Powerful. Like it was launching off the ground each time. And then it was gone, disappeared into the trees on the other side like it had melted into them. I just sat there, heart pounding, mouth slightly open. Not because I thought it was a monster or anything, but because I genuinely couldn't make sense of what I'd seen. I grabbed my radio and Key the Mike told Casey that I'd just seen something human-sized moving fast across the east side. I didn't say much more, just enough to let him know. He came back a few seconds later, said he'd seen it too from his angle, confirmed the direction and the speed. I could tell from his voice that he wasn't calm about it either. And that was enough. I packed up and left. No shame in that. I've dealt with dangerous animals before. I've had sketchy encounters with illegal trappers and even a couple guys growing weed deep in the backcountry. But this felt different. Not just because of the speed or the size, but because I had no context for it. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a man. It wasn't a known animal. I know these woods. I've tracked every kind of footprint you can find in this part of the country. That thing didn't fit. I met up with Casey back at the trailhead about 40 minutes later. We didn't say much, just drove back to the station. There was nothing to report. No crime. No sign of injury or trespass. Just a weird sighting in the woods. You'd be surprised how often those go unmentioned. The next day, though, I couldn't stop thinking about it. So I went back. Not with a weapon, just my standard ranger gear, including a radio and my notebook. I started at my usual spot and worked my way east toward the tree line. I looked for prints, looked for broken branches, anything that might explain what moved through there. I did find something. At the far edge of the clearing, near the barbed wire line, there was a patch of disturbed ground. The leaves had been shoved aside in a strange arc, like something heavy had landed there or launched off it. The soil underneath had deep impressions, maybe 4 or 5 of them spaced out evenly. Long, narrow indents like heel marks but stretched. I measured them. 18 inches long. No clear tread or boot pattern. No claw marks. Just long, shallow, compressed earth. I've never seen a man leave prints like that. Not even in heavy boots. These looked like someone had thrown a sandbag from 20 feet away and it had landed with a thud. The pattern repeated a few more times before vanishing into the brush on the far side. I followed it maybe another 30 yards. Then nothing. It was gone. No snap branches. No more prints. Just empty woods. I didn't go back after that. Not to that spot. I continued working in the area, done my patrols, checked the boundaries. But I've never returned to that tree line at twilight. Not once. Casey quit 2 years later. Said he wanted to move out west. Took a job in Montana. We've talked since, but neither of us brings it up. There's nothing to say. You might be wondering if I've seen it again. I haven't. Not directly. But I've heard things in the years since that don't sit right with me. A few times during solo patrols, especially in the low season, I've heard movement in the brush where no one should be. Heavy movement. More than just deer. And every once in a while, especially in that same stretch of woods, I find odd marks. Not quite tracks. Just disturbances in the ground or places where the leaf cover has been brushed aside in too neat a way. Like something big came through, but careful enough not to leave a clear trail. I reported it once, back in 2016. Typed up a short internal note about unusual animal activity near eastern boundary. It never went anywhere. Probably buried in some database now. I don't pretend to know what it was. I don't make up stories. I don't believe in Bigfoot or cryptids or any of that. But I also know what I saw. I know how fast it moved. I know how it cleared that tree line like it was nothing. And I know I haven't seen anything like it before or since. That's why I'm writing this now. Because people always think they understand the woods. That it's just deer and raccoons and bears and the occasional lost hiker. But the truth is, the woods are older than we are. They don't owe us explanations. And sometimes, just sometimes, something moves through them that we don't have a name for. And when it does, the best thing you can do is let it go its own way. Because I've been out there long enough to know when the forest is normal and when it's not. I've worked as a park ranger in southeastern Massachusetts for almost 15 years now. Most people know the area for its peaceful trails, thick pine forests, and old colonial stone walls that snake through the woods. But those of us who spend enough time out here, the lifers, know there's something about this place that doesn't sit right. I've felt it since I was a teenager, long before I ever wore this uniform or carried a radio. And the longer I've stayed, the more the pieces have started to come together. Not in some dramatic movie way, There's no final answer waiting out here. But there's something under the surface. Something I've tried not to think about too hard for too long. It started back when I was 13 or 14, growing up in a town right along the edge of what people call the Bridgewater Triangle. If you know the name, you already know the stories. Lights in the sky, weird creatures, disappearances, everything you can imagine. I never put much stock into the name back then. It just sounded like another silly local legend to keep tourists interested. But we all grew up knowing the woods were different here. One night, some friends and I were playing manhunt near the edge of a local conservation area. It was late, probably past 10, and most of the streetlights were off or too far to help. The woods were pitch black. You couldn't see 5 feet without a flashlight, but that's what made it fun. We split up, ducked behind trees and brush piles, tried to sneak up on each other. Just kids doing stupid stuff. I remember crouching behind a fallen tree, breathing through my mouth so I didn't make noise. I was looking up at the branches, just trying to stay quiet, when something caught my eye up high in the canopy. I thought it was a raccoon or maybe a fisher cat at first. They move weird, especially in the dark, but this thing was bigger. Way bigger. I couldn't see it clearly, just the shape moving through the trees like it was built for it. Swinging. Effortless. It didn't struggle like a person would. It moved fast, one long arc to the next, like it was following some invisible track laid out in the trees. It was dark brown or black. I couldn't tell if it had fur or if it was just shadow, but it was solid. Big, like a grown man at least. It didn't make a sound. No grunts, no branches cracking. Just a movement. I froze and watched it for maybe 10 seconds. Then it was gone, deeper into the woods. I told myself I'd imagined it. I didn't tell the others. We were just kids playing in the dark, and I didn't want to be the one to ruin the game. I never saw it again. Not then. Years passed. I grew up, took summer jobs, did all the usual things. One summer in high school, I was working at a sub shop just off Route 28, not far from those same woods. It was a slow weekday shift, just me and another guy closing up. I don't remember how the topic came up, but he mentioned something weird he saw when he was out walking the trails behind his house. Same town, same patch of woods. He said he and his friend were out there when they saw something in the trees. Something big, dark, swinging. He described it almost the same way I remembered it. We hadn't talked about it before. He didn't know what I'd seen. He just said it like it was something that had stuck with him, and when I asked where it happened, it lined up almost exactly with the area where we used to play. The woods connected. Different trails, same system. Same thing, years apart. That's when I stopped telling myself I'd imagined it. It got filed away in the back of my head with all the other strange things you can't explain. Nothing magical or supernatural. Just odd. Real things, but ones you don't have names for. I went into environmental studies after high school and eventually got certified as a park ranger. My first assignment was about 45 minutes south, closer to the edge of the triangle. Plenty of old Wampanoag land down here. That's something you learn quickly. The history out here runs deep. There are parts of the forest where everything feels older. Not just the trees or the trails, but the ground itself. Like it remembers everything that's ever happened on it. One afternoon in late fall, I was posted near an old park that used to be a Wampanoag site long ago. Most of the signs have been torn down or vandalized, and few people read the placards anymore. The area doesn't get a lot of visitors outside of mushroom hunters or kids on mountain bikes. I was out walking a back trail when I stopped to chat with a few teenagers, just doing a routine check. They were all sitting around, probably waiting for someone to bring a Bluetooth speaker or something. I stood facing them, and behind them was just the long, empty stretch of trail and woods. That's when I saw it. A man, maybe 20 yards back, running full speed through the trees. At first, I thought it was someone in reflective gear. His body was glowing this almost neon green, like high-vis safety material. But then I realized it wasn't reflective. It was fluorescent, the kind of color that doesn't belong in nature. He was sprinting, but not clumsy. He moved like he was focused on something far ahead. I blinked and looked again, and I could see more detail. He was wearing what looked like full Native American regalia. Feathers, headdress, leather. Not in the Halloween costume sense, either. It looked authentic, down to the stitching and pattern. It didn't make sense. Nobody dresses like that and goes running through the woods in daylight. But just as I focused on him, Maybe 15 or 20 yards out, he vanished. Mid-stride. One step he was there, the next gone. No sound, no rustle of leaves. Just gone. I stood there staring at the spot for probably a full minute. The teens hadn't seen anything. They were facing me the whole time. I didn't say a word about it. I told myself it was a trick of the light. Or maybe a hunter wearing weird gear, even though it didn't match any state or tribal hunting outfit I knew. Still, you tell yourself things like that, so you can keep walking through the woods without looking over your shoulder every 5 seconds. Years went by again. I got transferred to another region closer to Raynham, then worked my way back east toward Taunton and the state forest areas around Hockomock Swamp. That's the heart of the triangle, if you believe the maps. By then, I was used to seeing weird things. Lights out in the swamp. Figures you couldn't catch up to. But one night, late summer, dead still outside, I was driving out of a side access road after closing up a trailhead. I was about to merge onto the main road when something low and wide passed across the sky in front of me. It wasn't fast. It wasn't loud. It just moved smoothly right to left. Black triangle. 3 soft lights at each corner, 1 faint light in the center. No blinking, no trail, no noise. It drifted across my windshield view like it was on a rail, then angled up and slipped into the clouds above the tree line. Not a sound, not a gust of wind. I just sat there staring through the glass. I'd seen planes before. I've been around military training routes. This wasn't like that. It wasn't miles up. It was low, maybe just above the tree line. Big, like the size of a basketball court, but it moved so smoothly it felt unnatural. People call them TR-3BS online. Black triangle craft. No official record, but too many people have seen them to ignore. It fit the exact description, right down to the light pattern. I didn't report it. What would I even say? I just logged my shift and went home. So now, 15 years in, I've stopped pretending I don't believe the stories. I've seen too much. The swinging thing in the trees, the glowing runner in native garb, the black triangle in the sky. And every time, I've been alone. No photos, no backup, just the memory and the feeling that something bigger is at play in these woods. But here's the thing, none of it feels fake. It doesn't feel like ghosts or magic or stories made up for tourists. It feels real, physical, just something outside what we're used to. Like a different layer of the world that only shows up when the conditions are just right. Like there are things that live in the woods and have always lived in the woods, and we're just passing through. I still walk the trails every day, still file my reports, still talk to campers and hikers, and keep things running. But I keep one hand near my flashlight when the sun goes down, and I always keep my ears open. The woods here don't forget, and whatever moves through them, swinging from the trees, sprinting in silence, drifting above the canopy, it's still out there. Waiting maybe, watching definitely, but real as the dirt beneath my boots. I don't need to know exactly what it is anymore, but I know it's there, and that's enough. When I was 14, I saw something in the woods that I never could explain. I've thought about it most of my adult life. At the time, I didn't have the words for it or the understanding. All I had was fear and the feeling that something wasn't right. That was 25 years ago. I never told many people about it. Not in detail, and even when I did, it came out like a dumb story a couple of kids made up after seeing a squirrel move in the bushes. No one ever believed us. What happened? And the way things turned out later in my life, I ended up spending a good chunk of my career working out in the same kind of woods, dealing with the land and the people and the things that live out where the roads don't reach. I became a park ranger, not to chase legends, not to hunt down monsters, but because I love the outdoors, the quiet, the isolation, the same things that got me out there when I was a kid. I guess I'll start from the beginning. This story took place in Newfoundland, Canada, long before I ever thought about working in forestry or search and rescue. Back then, I was just a kid with nothing to do and too much energy. My best friend at the time, I'll just call him Luke, lived a few doors down from me. We'd known each other since we were toddlers and did just about everything together. That summer was one of the warmest I can remember. I'm talking humid air, long days, the kind of weather where the sun starts beating down at 5 in the morning and doesn't ease up until 9 at night. Neither of our families had much money, so we kept ourselves entertained. Fishing was our main thing. Every day we'd grab our rods, sling a backpack over our shoulders with some snacks, and head out. There was a particular spot we loved more than any other. We called it the Steadies. That wasn't an official name, just something passed down from older kids or maybe made up by someone along the way. It referred to a series of narrow rivers and streams that fed into a big lake about 7 or 8 kilometers from where we lived. You couldn't drive to it. There weren't any maintained trails. You had to walk through dense woods, cross a few wet bogs, and follow some game trails. It usually took us about an hour and a half if we didn't stop too long. These steadies were narrow, 5, maybe 6 feet wide at most, and had gentle flow most of the time. The fish weren't huge, but they were plenty. Speckled trout mostly. We'd wade across barefoot or jump from one side to the other, depending on the water levels. That summer, we went out there almost every day. Sometimes we camped overnight, dragging out a tarp and sleeping bags. We knew every twist and turn of that route. We knew where the mud got deep, where the moose tracks were fresh, and which trees to watch for when we were getting close. I could have found that place blindfolded. The last time we ever went there was late in August. It was a Thursday. I remember that clearly because Luke was heading off with his family for a week the next day, and we both wanted to get in one last trip before he left. The day started off like any other. We met around 8 a.m., packed light since we weren't staying overnight, and started the walk. The hike in was normal. The woods were quiet, with that steady hum of bugs and the odd bird call. We didn't see any other people, not that we expected to. Most adults didn't bother hiking in that far, just to fish for small trout. We passed the bog around the 45-minute mark and hit the old birch stand that meant we were getting close. The odd thing was that the further we got, the quieter it became. Normally, the steadies were alive with frogs, insects, and the sound of running water. That day, things just felt off. I didn't say anything about it. I figured maybe it was the heat or just my imagination. We reached the first of the rivers around 10 in the morning. Luke went downstream, and I wandered upstream like we usually did to cover more ground. It wasn't even 10 minutes later that I saw it. I've been walking along the bank, looking for a good place to toss a line, when I noticed something up ahead. There was a pile of bones. At first, I thought it was maybe just a dead animal, like something a bear got hold of. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't one animal. It was several, a big pile. Mostly bones, some still with scraps of skin or for clinging to them. No smell, not really. Just dry remains. They were mostly deer bones. A few moose parts in there too. All different sizes. And they weren't scattered like you'd expect from a predator kill. They were gathered. Stacked. Almost neat. It gave me a weird feeling in my stomach. Luke must have seen it around the same time from his side of the river, because I looked over and he was frozen, staring across at it too. We didn't say anything. Didn't need to. Both of us were just looking at the pile, not sure what to make of it. I figured maybe a hunter had quarter game there and left the rest behind. But why stack it like that? There were no garbage, no signs of fire, no gear, no drag marks. Just bones, dry and clean, sitting there like a forgotten monument. I walked to the water's edge. I remember squatting down and poking at the mud with a stick just to distract myself. That's when I saw it. Right in the center of the shallow stream bed was a footprint. It wasn't a boot print or a shoe print. It was a bare foot. Left foot. You could see the arch, the heel, and all 5 toes. It was bigger than my own foot, maybe close to 15 inches long, and the edges were sharp like it hadn't been made long ago. The water was only a few inches deep, but the print had sunk down into the silt, perfectly preserved. The sunlight made it seem even clearer, like something out of textbook. It looked wrong. Not in a monstrous way, just wrong to be there. That far out. That big. Barefoot. I straightened up and turned to call Luke over. As I opened my mouth to say his name, the woods across the river exploded in sound. Not an animal call. Not a bird. It was a rumble. A deep, low vibration that made the trees shake. Not violently, just enough to make the branches sway. I felt it more than heard it, like it came up through the ground. Then I saw movement. Something big shifted in the woods just past the tree line on the opposite bank. I didn't wait to see what it was. Luke was already gone. All I saw was the back of him tearing through the underbrush, feet kicking up moss and needles. I didn't need an invitation. I dropped everything and ran. I didn't think. I didn't breathe. I just moved. We didn't stop until we hit the first hill back toward town. Maybe 20 minutes of running, no break. We didn't even talk to each other on the way home. We both knew what we saw or didn't see, and neither of us wanted to be the first to say anything stupid. That was the last time we ever went to the Steadies. We told a couple of people. Our parents. One of Luke's older cousins. Nobody believed us. They figured we spooked ourselves. Maybe a bear in the bushes. Maybe a moose. Maybe the footprint was a trick of the water. The bones? Probably hunters. That's all we heard. But we knew what we saw. I never went back. I never even tried. For years, I avoided the woods entirely. Later in life, when I got into forestry and worked my way into being a park ranger, I started patrolling some remote areas. I did search and rescue, wildfire monitoring, trail maintenance, the usual stuff. I covered a lot of ground in Newfoundland and later up in Ontario. Sometimes I'd come across strange things, abandoned campsites, weird piles of stones, animal carcasses stripped clean with no obvious predator signs. But nothing ever hit me like that day at the Steadies. Once, about 15 years later, I was stationed in a remote canoe-access-only provincial park near the Manitoba border. It was a rough place. Beautiful, untouched. I got called out there because some hikers had reported finding what they thought was an old poacher camp, and the higher-ups wanted me to check it out. I paddled in solo. About 2 days into the trip, I found a small clearing. There were bones there stacked again. Not as many as before, but the same odd sense of organization. No tools, no garbage, no human scent, just bones. That feeling came back to me, the same one I had when I was 14. The quiet, the weight in the air, the kind of silence that feels like it's waiting for something. I left the site, reported it, and they marked it as suspicious but inconclusive. No evidence of active poaching, no obvious signs of crime, just bones. In my time as a ranger, I've dealt with all kinds of people and animals. I've tracked bear scat for miles, helped extract injured hikers, slept alone in remote cabins for days. I'm not someone who jumps at shadows, but I don't mess with bone piles. I don't ignore weird prints, and I don't go deeper when something tells me to turn around. I never found out what made that footprint. Maybe it was a person. Maybe someone who lived out there off-grid, off-books. There are people like that. I've met them. They're not always dangerous, but they're almost never normal. Sometimes, when you're deep enough in the wild, you're on someone else's land, even if it's not on a map. Luke and I lost touch years ago, but I think he remembers. I don't bring it up when I see him on social media. We both got older. We both moved on, but I wonder if he still avoids the woods. For me, I stayed in them. I chose a life around them, but I listen to them now. I trust that feeling when something isn't right. I made peace with the fact that I'll probably never know what I saw that day. But I know it happened. I know that footprint was real. I know the bones were real. And I know something big was on the other side of that river. And whatever it was, it didn't want us there. So we left. And I never went back. I was stationed in a state park in the Pacific Northwest for over 7 years. If you ask me today, I'd say I had a fairly quiet run. No bear maulings, no bodies dumped in remote areas, no cabin fires or raging forest blazes. But there was one night that still stuck to my memory like a burr on wool, and I think about it more than I should. Back in 2019, I was working mostly evening and night shifts because of a staff rotation. It meant I got all the weird calls, missing hikers, car alarms going off in the parking lots, random gunshots out near the private land borders. That time of year, late summer heading into fall, we had a lot of night photographers coming into the park. The air was cool, skies were clear, and the moon was just starting to shrink after a full cycle. Pretty much perfect conditions. My buddy Ian had recently gotten into photography. We weren't on shift that night, and neither of us had worked the next morning. He had just bought a pretty expensive camera with all kinds of fancy options. Long exposure, time-lapse, slow shutter speed, whatever else. He was fiddling with some settings one afternoon when he pitched the idea of doing a night shoot. He explained it like this. If we used colored light sources and moved while the camera took a long exposure shot, it would create streaks of colored light in the final image. It sounded neat. Ian said we could try it on one of the smaller trails near the south side of the park, the kind that cuts through firs and pines and has a gentle slope. Not too steep, not too flat. There wasn't much foot traffic there after sunset, and the trail had a nice, natural bend to it that looked great in wide-angle shots. The plan was simple. Ian would set up the camera at the bottom of the hill on a tripod, and I'd walk down the trail with my phone flashlight shining through a red plastic cup. Another friend of ours, Ben, would use a green cup. We'd walk side by side, slowly, starting from the top of the trail and making our way down while Ian took the shot. I know it sounds like kid stuff, but that's how quiet the park life can get. We made a lot of our own fun. It was around 11:50 p.m. when we arrived at the trail. The air was cooler than expected, probably in the high 40s. We parked Ian's Jeep near the service gate and carried the gear about 400 yards in. Ian set up the camera while me and Ben unwrapped some plastic solo cups and tested how the flashlights looked through them. They worked well enough. The red and green glowed softly through the trees without giving off too much brightness. The forest soaked up most of the light like a sponge. It felt empty and quiet, and that part was good. Quiet meant no hikers, no animals, no distractions. We stood at the top of the trail. The hill sloped down maybe 300 feet before flattening out near where Ian had placed the camera. The trail was framed by thick woods on both sides, tall evergreens, moss-covered trunks, and underbrush so thick that you couldn't see more than 15 feet into it. I had to turn on the video feature of my phone to activate the flashlight, since the light wouldn't work on its own without the camera app open. I figured, what the hell, I'll leave it recording. It might look cool from my point of view too. We started walking. The ground was damp, but not muddy. Our footsteps were soft. You could hear some night bugs and a few high-up branches moving gently in the breeze. The lights made smooth ovals on the trail ahead of us, red on one side and green on the other. Ben stayed about an arm's length away. I could see his cup glowing in my peripheral vision. We walked like that for maybe 15 seconds, just focusing on the pace, trying to keep it slow and steady. That's when Ben suddenly froze. He wasn't moving at all. His head turned sharply toward me, and the look on his face was flat out wrong. He looked afraid. Actually afraid, not just surprised or startled, but the kind of frozen fear where your body forgets what it's doing. He wasn't even looking past me. He was looking at me like something awful had just happened and I hadn't noticed yet. I stopped too. I remember asking, "What?" without even thinking. It just came out, but he didn't answer. His mouth opened a little, and he leaned slightly toward me and hissed something fast and tight. Something like, "You don't hear that?" It took a second, maybe two, before I heard it too. Laughter. It was faint at first, like hearing a TV down the hall, but then it got sharper. It wasn't one voice. It sounded like 2 or 3 kids laughing. Very young kids, maybe 5 or 6 years old. High-pitched, fast, like they were chasing each other in a circle. But there was nothing ahead of us. Nothing on either side. We were in the middle of a forest trail. No houses. No campsites near that part. No families. No cars parked nearby. No reason for little kids to be out there after midnight in near total darkness. The laughter kept going, short bursts, almost playful like a game of tag. It didn't echo. It didn't need to. It felt close. That was enough. Ben turned and ran. I followed, right behind him. Our phones bounced light everywhere. Red and green circles swinging and shaking wildly across the ground. The trail curved, and we sprinted down the rest of it in about 10 seconds, way faster than we were supposed to. I didn't care if I tripped or fell. I wanted to be near the others. Ian looked confused when we rushed out of the woods. He had just finished a shot and was adjusting the settings for another when we came tearing down the hill like animals. He looked up, annoyed, and told us we had ruined the long exposure. I couldn't catch my breath fast enough to explain. Ben just pointed into the woods, then bent over with his hands on his knees. Eventually, I told Ian what we heard. He laughed, of course. Thought we were screwing with him. But I remember my phone had been recording. It might have picked up the sound. I pulled it out and opened the video. We stood shoulder to shoulder under the dim red light of the trailhead lamp while I played it back. For the first 20 seconds, all you could hear were our footsteps and some wind in the trees. Then the laughter came through, clear as day. 2 or 3 voices, soft and sharp, like real children. It didn't sound like wind or animals. I've spent enough time in the woods to know what things are. These were kids laughing. Ian stopped smiling when he heard it. We listened again. It was real, and it hadn't been our imaginations. The recording proved it. We packed up and left fast. That should have been the end of it, but it stayed with me. I couldn't let go of that sound. For the next week, I did some digging. I checked to see if there were any families camping nearby the night it happened. The nearest occupied site was over 1.5 miles away, and they were a couple in their 50s with no children. I double-checked the logs. Nobody had checked in or out around that time. I asked the other rangers if they'd heard anything strange out there. They hadn't, or they didn't want to talk about it. That area didn't have a history of weird stories. No ghost tales, no crimes, no missing persons cases that I knew of. But I did find one report from about 15 years ago. A pair of kids had gone missing during a family hike not far from that same trail. The parents found them hours later, farther south near a dry creek bed. They were fine, just shaken and cold. Said they'd been following a game they thought they heard in the woods. The report was short. No follow-up. I figure it was just a coincidence. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about that night wasn't right. A few days later, I walked that same trail again by myself. It was around 10 p.m., full moon, clear skies. I had a proper flashlight, no phone this time. I walked the whole thing, top to bottom, nice and slow. Nothing happened. I waited near the camera spot for 20 minutes. Dead quiet. On my way back up the trail, though, I stopped in the middle and turned off the flashlight. Just to see, just to feel it. The dark wrapped around me tight. And that's when I heard it again. Not laughter this time, just a faint rustling, like someone was walking softly in the brush. Not close, but not far either. I turned the light back on and kept walking. That was the last time I went to that part of the park at night alone. To this day, I don't know what we heard, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't wind. It wasn't animals. And it wasn't our imagination. That recording proved it, and it scared all three of us, me, Ben, and Ian. The night we heard that laughter in the woods, we left fast, and we never tried a long exposure shot there again. Whatever was out there, whatever made that sound, it didn't want to be seen. But it wanted to be heard. And we heard it. I still have the video. I don't show it to people anymore. Most of them just say it's fake, or that the audio was added in later. That's fine. I don't need to convince anyone. I was there, and I know what I heard. I've worked as a ranger out here in the San Juan Mountains of Colorado for over 16 years. Most of that time has been pretty uneventful. Trail maintenance, keeping track of wildlife, helping the occasional lost hiker, or reminding people to put out their campfires properly. The usual stuff. But every once in a while, something strange happens. Something that sticks with you and never really leaves your mind, no matter how many seasons pass. There's one experience in particular I still can't explain. I've tried. God knows I've tried to come up with something logical. But no matter how I run it through in my head, it never adds up right. There's this one spot we always like to camp as a family. It's way out past the maintained roads, accessible only by high-clearance vehicles and, ideally, something with four-wheel drive. You follow an old Forest Service road up past the main trail systems, then climb for about 30 minutes on a rocky track that wraps around the edge of a ridge. Not a lot of people go up there anymore. The road's washed out in places and overgrown in others. But once you get there, the area opens into a wide shelf on the mountainside, scattered with old mining cabins from the late 1800s. Most of them are collapsed in on themselves, just piles of gray, splintered logs with moss growing out the sides. A couple still stand upright, leaning like tired old men, roofs sagging, doors long gone. There's no signage, no interpretation, no tourism, just remnants from the gold and silver boom that swept through the region more than a century ago. We camped there every summer when the kids were young. It was the kind of place where you could let them run free without worrying too much. No cell service, no noise except the wind and birds, and nothing modern in sight. I used to bring my old canvas tent, the one I inherited from my dad, and the kids would pitch their own smaller tents nearby. My wife liked it too, even though she preferred the lake down below. Said the air up there made her sleep like a log. That particular summer, This must have been 5 or 6 years ago now. We went up in mid-July. I remember because the wildflowers were peaking. My son had just turned 13 and my daughter was 11. They were at that age where they didn't need me hovering, but still liked hanging out with us, especially when it meant an adventure. They had a shared curiosity for the outdoors, digging in the dirt, collecting rocks, looking under logs. That summer they brought along a metal detector they'd saved up for. One of those basic models they found online. Nothing too fancy, but enough to keep them busy while I got the firewood together or made coffee in the mornings. I didn't expect them to find anything beyond old nails or a rusty can lid, and for most of the trip, that's exactly what they turned up. They'd come running with a bent horseshoe or some corroded hinge they dug up from behind a fallen cabin, proud like they'd found gold. I always humored them, told them to keep going, keep looking. Never hurts to learn the land hands-on. It was on the second morning that they struck something different. I was boiling water over the fire and sipping weak coffee while my wife still slept in the tent. The kids had gone off toward the far side of the clearing, where one of the bigger cabins still stood upright. It had a collapsed back wall and a thick blanket of pine needles inside, as if the forest had slowly moved in and made itself at home. I remember hearing the beeping of the detector get faster, louder, then suddenly stop. I didn't think much of it until I heard my daughter call for me. When I walked over, both kids were crouched in the dirt just outside the cabin. They'd already dug a hole about a foot deep, maybe a bit more. My son was scooping out the last bit of soil when I saw the edge of something metallic sticking out. It was dull gray and irregular in shape, almost like a rough square. He pried it out with both hands and let out a grunt. It was heavy. The thing had to be at least a foot wide and just as tall. It wasn't smooth like polished metal, more like the natural crust of some uncut mineral, the kind of thing that had sat in the ground for centuries without anyone knowing. It wasn't iron. I've seen plenty of rusted iron and oxidized or from the mining days. It didn't look like any sort of industrial scrap. Either. No bolts or rivets or clear markings. Just raw metal. And when they passed the detector over it again, the thing went nuts under the precious metals setting. We all stared at it for a while. I even joked, half-joked, really, that we might have just struck it rich. The kids were thrilled. They wrapped it in a red towel we'd had in the truck bed, the one we usually use to dry dishes or wipe off muddy boots. My son carried it with both hands and placed it in the back seat of my pickup. We didn't have a safe or any real plan for it. We were just going to take it home and figure out later. The rest of that trip went like usual. We stayed another 2 nights. The weather held, the stars were bright, and the fire crackled just like always. But the whole time, I caught myself glancing over at the truck. Something about that rock. I don't know. It just fell off. Not in some haunted horror movie way. It just didn't feel like it belonged there. I remember thinking more than once that it didn't even really look like something naturally formed. The angles were too sharp, too defined. But then again, I'm not a geologist. When we finally packed up and headed back down the mountain, the drive was slow. Steep switchbacks, loose gravel, patches of snow still clinging to shaded corners. I took it easy. The rock sat in the back seat, still wrapped in that towel, not making a sound or moving an inch. We got home around mid-afternoon. The kids unloaded their packs while I unlocked the garage. I went around to grab the towel bundle from the truck, expecting the same weight I'd felt before. But the second I picked it up, I knew something was wrong. It was light, like suspiciously light, like towel and some sticks light. I peeled the towel open. Inside was nothing but a pile of small broken twigs. Dry ones, like you'd find under any pine tree. They weren't arranged in any pattern, not carved or cut, just snapped pieces of branch. No metal, no rock, nothing. I stood there staring at the towel for a long time. My brain couldn't make sense of it. I thought maybe I'd grabbed the wrong towel. Maybe someone had moved it. But no, this was the exact towel we'd wrapped it in. I checked the truck bed, the cab, under the seats. Nothing. The rock was gone, vanished, replaced by something light enough to go unnoticed until you picked it up. The kids came around the corner a few minutes later, laughing, full of energy, and I showed them the bundle. At first they thought I was joking. They didn't believe me. They kept saying I must have moved it, or I was trying to prank them. But I wasn't. I hadn't touched it since I carried it out of the ground with them. My wife didn't even know we'd found anything. No one else had been up at that site for weeks. The access gate was still locked when we came back down. We never found that rock again. We've gone back every summer since, poked around the same area, even brought the metal detector back up a few times. Nothing. The hole we dug is still there, mostly filled in by rain and needles, but no metal readings, no more signals. It's like whatever we pulled out of that ground just wasn't supposed to come with us, or maybe it never really did. I told a buddy of mine, another ranger, about it a few months later. He's been working out here even longer than me. He didn't laugh or roll his eyes. He just nodded slowly and said, Asterisk, that area's always been strange. Asterisk said he's had equipment malfunction up there. GPS signals dropping. Batteries draining faster than they should. Once, a survey team lost 2 full days of data when their hard drive mysteriously wiped itself clean. He didn't offer an explanation. He didn't try to make one up. That part of the forest has a weight to it. Not spooky exactly, just watchful, like it remembers everything and decides what it wants to share. Maybe that rock was something left behind, something forgotten by time, or maybe it was never meant to be touched at all. I've thought about sending soil samples to a lab. I've thought about reaching out to a geology department at a university. But the truth is, I'm not sure I want to know anymore. It doesn't feel like unfinished business. It feels like something that resolved itself in its own way. The kids still joke about it sometimes. Asterisk Dad's magic disappearing rock. Asterisk, but I know they remember it. I can see it in their eyes when we hike past that cabin. They remember the weight of it, the look of it, how it felt real. And maybe in that moment it was, but it's gone now. And maybe that's for the best. I took a position as a seasonal park ranger in East Texas around 2014. It was a contract job tied to a habitat survey program, but we also did general trail maintenance, monitored campgrounds, and patrolled off-road activity in nearby unmanaged lands. I was assigned to a stretch of forest that bordered private and semi-private lands, mostly old timber plots and some areas where property lines had long since faded into the underbrush. The area had always felt off the grid. Most folks in the surrounding towns didn't spend much time out there unless they hunted or grew up in it. It wasn't scenic, not like a postcard. It was thick with pine and oak and full of creeping green, dense brush, and those long draping vines that seemed to reach for you. The trails weren't well marked, and the cell coverage was bad to non-existent once you left the paved road. My ranger station was small, a converted prefab structure at the edge of an old fire road, right where pavement gave way to dirt. We had a radio repeater on a tower nearby, which worked most of the time, but we still carried emergency flares and paper maps. Most of my shifts were uneventful. I'd hike, log wildlife sightings, check camera traps, and drive the fire roads with binoculars out the window. The land was calm and away, quiet, thick with nature sound, but calm, until I found the path. It was late June. Heat clung to everything. Even in the shade, I sweated through 2 shirts a day. I was hiking a lesser-used spur off an old logging trail. I remember because I was marking tree density for a report, and this particular area hadn't been surveyed since the 90s. I was about 3 miles in when I saw something strange. Tire tracks. Not wide like a truck, but narrow and deep, like an ATV or four-wheeler. Not uncommon during hunting season, but this wasn't hunting season. And these weren't recent. They were overgrown slightly, the weeds pushing through in spots, but still visible enough to follow. I hesitated. The tracks veered sharply off the main trail and down a narrow side path I hadn't seen before. More like a depression in the ground, barely cleared. I checked the map. No trail marked. No easement. No ownership plot nearby. It should have just been forest. That's what the record showed. But curiosity has always been my weakness, and part of the job is checking for illegal camps, unpermitted structures, dumping, you name it. I followed the tracks on foot, pushing branches out of the way as I moved through thick brush. After about 200 yards, the trail opened up a bit and became easier to walk. It was obvious someone had kept it clear for years, even if no one had used it recently. There were stumps cut low, brush pushed to the side, a kind of crude maintenance that said someone didn't want to be seen but wanted access. After maybe another quarter mile, the trees thinned slightly, and I came into a small clearing. And there it was, a cabin. It sat on cinder blocks, the kind people use to level mobile homes. The wood was faded gray, with patches of green mold crawling up the sides. The front had a short deck made of mismatched planks, and a rusted metal chair sat to one side. The windows were small and barred, actual metal bars bolted in. There were no curtains, no signs of life. But the strangest part was the surroundings. All around the clearing, scattered like relics from forgotten time, were pieces of old playground equipment, swings with cracked plastic seats, a merry-go-round tilted at an angle, the kind with metal bars you'd hold onto as a kid. There was a slide too, short and made of heavy steel, the kind that burns your legs in the summer. None of it looked recent. Everything was rusted, the kind of rust that takes decades. And weeds had grown through everything, up the ladders, around the swing chains, across the base of the slide. Like someone had planted a park in the middle of nowhere, then left it to die. I didn't go up to the cabin that day. Something about it felt wrong in a way I can't fully explain. I've been through storms, bare dens, even found bodies before, overdoses, unfortunate accidents, but this felt different. Not dangerous like an animal, not tragic like a lost hiker. Just wrong. Like I wasn't supposed to be there. Like the ground itself didn't want me walking on it. I stayed just long enough to log coordinates and take a few photos, then turn back. I marked the trail discreetly so I could find it again, but didn't log it on any official record. I wasn't even sure why. I told myself I'd come back with a colleague. Maybe someone local who knew the old property lines better. But weeks went by, and I didn't mention it. Something in my gut said don't. Then about a month later, I was back in the area on routine patrol. Out again. Quiet. I was driving the fire road when I saw fresh tracks. Same tread as before, but this time much newer. I stopped, stepped out, and squatted to look closer. No mistaking it, 2 four-wheelers. They'd driven in some time within the last day. I followed them a ways, and, sure enough, they veered onto the same trail. But now the brush was cut. Freshly. Someone had cleared it recently, and not subtly. Whoever used this path didn't care if they left signs now. I parked further down and approached on foot. The air was hot, thicker than before, and I noticed something that hadn't hit me last time. There were no animal sounds. No birds. No bugs. Nothing. Just the crunch of my boots on dry pine needles. As I got closer to the clearing, I slowed down and crouched low. Through a line of trees, maybe 150 feet away, I saw movement. There were 4 men near the cabin. 2 stood beside their four-wheelers, talking. Another sat on the porch, sharpening something with a slow, deliberate motion. The last stood near the swing set, watching the trees. I don't know if he saw me or just felt something, but he suddenly turned and stared in my direction. I ducked, listened. My heart was hammering. They hadn't seen my truck. I parked far back, and I'd moved quietly. But something about how that man looked through the trees. He wasn't trying to find deer or track footprints. He was watching, waiting. I slowly backed out the way I came. Took over an hour to make it back to the truck without making noise. I didn't radio it in. Didn't want to risk the channel. I drove straight back to the station and logged the whole day as trail inspection. No findings. Again, I didn't know why. Just that I couldn't shake the sick feeling in my stomach. The next day, I went to the sheriff's office. Quietly, off the clock. I asked a few questions about old property lines, known squatters, maybe folks camping out deep in the woods. They brushed it off. Said folks live off-grid out here all the time. If they're not bothering anyone, it's best to leave them be. I mentioned the barred windows, the old playground equipment, the graves, because that's what those dirt mounds were, no doubt in my mind now. One deputy shifted a little when I said that. He didn't speak, but his eyes changed. The sheriff cut me off and said if I didn't see a crime, I had no business poking around private property, even if it was unregistered. That told me enough. After that, I avoided that quadrant of the forest. I stuck to the main trails, logged the patrols, did my job. But I never went back down that path. Until 2 years later, I was driving near that area again. New vehicle, new phone, same station. I was paired with a rookie doing his 3rd ride-along. We were checking camera traps and moving between zones when we heard the sound of engines in the distance. I killed the truck and we listened. Two distinct motors. Fast. ATVs again. The rookie didn't know. He wanted to check it out. I made up a story. Said we'd get stuck if we went down the old trail. So it was washed out. He bought it. But I didn't. I knew exactly where those engines were headed. I never told him what I saw. Never reported the men, the cabin, the mounds. Because I realized something in those 2 years. That place wasn't forgotten. It wasn't abandoned. It was hidden. Deliberately. Kept off the maps. And kept away from anyone who might ask the wrong questions. And the law, for whatever reason, didn't want to get involved. A month later, I put in for a transfer. I left East Texas behind and moved north. Different trees, different sounds. But that place, that memory, it doesn't leave. Sometimes, late at night, I still see the rusted swing set in my mind. The cabin with the barred windows. The man staring from the trees. And every time I do, I get that same sick feeling in my gut. Because I know someone built that place for a reason. And they were willing to chase off anyone who found it. I don't know what's under those mounds of dirt. And I'm not sure I want to. But I know this, whatever's going on out there, it's not over. And it was never meant to be found. I've spent most of my life in the woods in one way or another. My earliest memories come from Jackson, Ohio, way out in the rural parts. Back then, it wasn't unusual for kids to just vanish into the trees for hours at a time, just playing or exploring with only the sunset acting as a curfew. My mom raised us mostly on her own, and with 4 kids, I think she relied on the forest as much as anything else to give her some space. My older brothers would often drag me along when they went out adventuring, even though I was smaller and slower and usually just got in the way. But looking back, I think they did it more out of duty than anything else. I was just the kid brother trailing behind, trying to keep up. One particular memory from those days has always stuck with me. It wasn't the scariest moment I've ever had in the woods, not by a long shot, but it was one of the strangest. I'll get to that, but to explain it right, I have to tell you a bit about the job I do now and how I ended up circling back to those same woods years later as a park ranger. I've worked for the Ohio Department of Natural Resources for nearly 16 years now. Most of that time spent managing a patchwork of state forest land near the old areas I used to wander as a kid. I cover a section that borders the Zaleski State Forest and stretches into some less developed land around Jackson and Vinton counties. A lot of it is old logging country, hard-packed clay hills, steep slopes covered in pine and hardwoods, crumbling shale ridges that snap under your boots, dry creek beds that only come alive during heavy spring rain. You learn real quick that this land doesn't care about you. If you don't pay attention, it'll swallow you up. That sinkhole memory, the one from when I was a kid, came back to me during my first year on the job. It had been almost 2 decades since I'd thought about it. It was in the fall, the kind where the leaves are still hanging but already turning and the trails start to empty out. I was assigned to survey an unmarked patch of forest near a dry creek west of Jackson. It was part of an old land acquisition, and we were tasked with mapping it out and checking for hazards, old wells, washed out bridges, that kind of thing. It wasn't even a trail area yet, just raw woods. As soon as I parked the truck and started hiking in, something about it felt familiar. I couldn't quite place it, but the way the trees were spaced, the angle of the land, the way the creek curved through the forest, it started to click. By the time I got a quarter mile in, I was walking along the same dry creek bed I remembered from when I was 10 years old. The sinkhole was still there. Maybe a little deeper now, but still in the middle of the creek, maybe 20 feet across, ragged and dark like a scar that had never healed. No warning signs, no markers, just a wide open drop in the ground. I didn't go near the edge. Even after all these years, something about it made my skin crawl. That day from childhood rushed back, my brothers joking about pushing me in, and then the trees falling one after the other, somewhere off in the distance. I remember how all of us ran, and how I tripped over my own feet twice, trying to keep up, convinced that something was behind us. At the time, we thought it was Bigfoot or maybe some maniac in the woods. But now, standing there with a GPS in my hand and a badge on my chest, I saw it differently. We had probably stumbled onto something we weren't supposed to see. My gut told me to move on. I marked the sinkhole with my GPS, tagged it for hazard evaluation, and moved uphill toward the north ridge. That ridge was steep, 70, maybe 80 degrees in places, and the soil was all loose clay and rock. I hadn't climbed it in years, but something in me wanted to retrace the path. And that brings me back to the second memory, the stranger one, the one I've never really figured out. When I was a kid, maybe 12 or so, a group of us had gone out to play in those woods, just past the back lot where the old tobacco barn used to be. There was a trail we liked to take, a rough path that climbed up a steep hill and then leveled out onto an old logging road. You had to scale the hillside to get there. It wasn't really a trail, just a place where the dirt had eroded enough to expose roots and clay ledges you could grab onto. It was dangerous, honestly. If you slipped, you'd fall back into the rocky creek bed about 150 feet below. That day, I was climbing near the front of the group, almost at the top. The ground gave out under my left boot, and I started to slide backward. I didn't have anything solid to hold on to, and the next second I knew I was going to fall. But just before I lost my grip completely, I felt a solid hand press firmly against my back and push me forward. It steadied me, gave me just enough momentum to catch the next root and pull myself up. I reached the top, panting and scraped up, and turned around to thank whoever had helped me. But both of my friends were still climbing below. They were nowhere near close enough to touch me. I remember them staring up at me with confused looks. I asked them who'd helped me, and they both just shook their heads. They hadn't touched me. For years, I thought I'd imagined it. Maybe my foot had caught something. Maybe I had better balance than I thought. But the feeling of that hand has stayed with me my whole life. Not in a haunted kind of way, just in a confusing one. It was so real, so specific. I can still remember the pressure of it. Not a grab, not a pull, just a steady push, like someone helping you over a fence or up a ledge. I've never been able to explain it. Now here I was, 20 years later, standing on the same hillside. I climbed it slower now, boots sinking into the clay, hands grabbing the same roots I used to wrap my fingers around as a kid. The hill hadn't changed much. Still steep, still slick. I reached the top and sat down on a flat patch of ground to catch my breath. That's when I noticed the path. Not the old logging road we used to walk, but something newer, narrower. A game trail maybe, or something cut by people moving off trail. I followed it for about 30 yards, and that's when I saw it. Off to the right, in a patch of brush that had been flattened out by something big, there was a line of rope nail between two trees. Below it, hidden in the brush, was a wire snare designed to catch an animal by the neck or leg. Illegal, dangerous, and definitely not supposed to be here. I started marking coordinates when I found the second one, and then a third tucked into a natural funnel between two ridges. Someone had been setting traps here, recently. I kept following the path, slower now. My boots sank into moss and soft soil. I didn't hear anything at first, but after about 10 minutes, I picked up on something, small sounds. Branches snapping in twos and threes. Low movement in the brush. I stopped and listened. It wasn't deer. Deer don't move like that, not in a staggered line. This was someone walking, trying to stay quiet, watching. I turned around and headed back down the hill, radioed the local warden station, and filed my report. We came back the next day in force, 4 rangers and 2 sheriff deputies. We didn't find anyone, but we found more traps. And we found an old hunting camp, half-collapsed tarp, burnt-out fire ring, stacked up cans of cheap food, and some camo gear. Someone had been living back there, and recently. The camp was less than 400 feet from where I almost fell as a kid. I think that's what bothers me the most. That weird hand on my back all those years ago, it wasn't a ghost or anything like that. It was probably a person, someone watching us play, someone close enough to reach out and touch me without saying a word. I don't know if they meant to help me, or if they just didn't want me falling and drawing attention. But someone was there, close, and silent. I've seen some bad stuff in the woods since then. Bodies, overdoses, gear stashes from meth cookers. I've seen old mines where men used to work themselves to death, half collapsed and still dangerous. I've seen the wreckage of planes that never made it to where they were going, still half buried in the dirt. But that hillside, that moment, it's the one that stayed with me the longest. Because it never felt like a threat. It felt like a question. A gap in the story I'll never be able to fill. That sinkhole still sits in the creek bed. We fenced it off later that year and added warning signs. A few months after the snare discovery, we caught a man trying to reset one of the traps. Late 40s, no ID, no address. Said he was just trying to eat. He had a fixed blade knife and a scoped rifle, and he knew those woods better than most of my team. When we brought him in, he didn't say much. Just kept his eyes on the floor. He'd been out there a long time, maybe years. He wasn't the only one either. There are people who disappear into those forests and don't want to come back out. Not criminals necessarily, just ghosts of another kind. People who slip between the cracks. Now, when I walk those trails, I carry a little more caution than I used to. I don't let my guard down, not even in the places that feel familiar. Especially not in the places that feel familiar. Because those are the places where your memory plays tricks on you, where the past and present start to overlap, and the same tree you passed as a child becomes the one you lean against as an adult. I've learned that the woods don't always give you answers. Sometimes they just hand you a moment, strange and small and quiet, and you have to live with it. That hand on my back, maybe it was help, maybe it was warning. I'll never know, but it changed the way I see the world out here. It taught me to pay attention to the little things, to trust my instincts, and to never assume I'm alone. Because in the woods, even when you think no one's there, someone might be watching. And sometimes they're closer than you think. I've worked as a park ranger for almost 16 years now, and in all that time I've seen a lot. Illegal campsites, drug operations buried under pines, missing persons who were never found, entire families hiking with no maps or gear. But still, even now, there's one memory that sits in the back of my mind and never fully leaves. It doesn't take place out in some wide, remote backcountry zone or in the shadow of a mountain peak. It happened before I ever wore the badge. It happened when I was 12 years old, right behind my childhood home. The woods behind our house weren't vast. They weren't some massive wilderness. There were maybe 2 or 3 acres of thick trees, mostly oak and maple, with a few dense patches of pine. It backed up into a few other streets in our neighborhood, but once you were inside them, the trees felt endless. To a kid, it might as well have been a national forest. I spent hours back there, on weekends, after school, summer break, whenever I could. I built forts out of fallen branches, followed deer tracks through the underbrush, climbed trees just to sit and listen to the wind. I knew those woods better than I knew the layout of my own house. One Saturday in late October, right around when the air starts to feel cold and the leaves are already mostly on the ground, I headed out into the trees by myself like usual. I didn't have any plans. I just wanted to walk. I took a stick with me, one I had smoothed down the week before. I carried it like a walking stick, but sometimes used it to knock acorns out of trees or scrape lines in the dirt. I was out there for maybe an hour, not doing much of anything, when I saw something I hadn't noticed before. At the base of a small hill, where a tree had fallen years ago and created a shallow gully, there was a sort of overhang made of dirt and tangled roots. It wasn't a cave or anything, just a natural hollow in the earth from erosion. But tucked inside, under the dark shadow of that overhang, was a mess of stuff. At first I thought maybe another kid had been there. Maybe someone from another street was building a fort like I had. But when I got closer, the feeling in my stomach started to twist. There were towels, dirty, stained with something brownish red. They were half buried in dirt, like they had been pushed back under the roots. A few t-shirts and a pair of pants, all adult-sized. Some of the clothes looked torn. There were also car parts, like an old alternator, pieces of plastic from a bumper, and a busted headlight with spiderweb cracks all across it. A few fast food wrappers were crumpled up near the back, and there was a cracked 5-gallon water jug lying on its side. All of it smelled like old gasoline and rust. I didn't know what to think at the time. I was 12. There was garbage scattered in parts of the woods already, an old tire, a broken swing, beer bottles near the trail. This was just more of that, I figured. It didn't seem that strange, at least not then. I remember poking around the edge of the clothes with my stick, then losing interest. I moved on and forgot about it. 2 days later, everything changed. It was a Monday evening. The sky was already dark, and the neighborhood kids were all out playing our usual game of hide-and-seek tag. It was a big thing back then. About 10 of us would run between yards, hopping fences, crouching behind trees or trash bins, while one kid, try to find and tag us. It was fun. It felt like something out of a movie. That night, my sister, who was 9 at the time, was looking for a hiding spot along the edge of our yard, near where the woods began. She liked hiding near the trees, thinking no one would find her there. But a few minutes later, she came sprinting back into the yard, pale and shaking. She didn't say anything to me. She ran straight inside and told her parents. There were police officers already in the neighborhood, coincidentally. They'd been going door to door investigating a rash of car break-ins. A bunch of neighbors had reported missing catalytic converters, smashed windows, even tires stolen right off the rims. That was part of the reason the cops were canvassing in the first place. Turns out my sister had seen a man crouched in a bush near the tree line. When she got too close, he jumped out and sprinted into the woods. She said he was thin, dirty, wearing a torn jacket. The cops immediately started searching the woods, and it wasn't long before they found the site I had stumbled across 2 days earlier. But it wasn't the same. The towels and clothes were gone. The car parts had been rearranged. There was a duffel bag now, half-zipped and packed with wrenches, gloves, and license plates. Some of them were bent and scratched. There was also a shortwave radio, a set of bolt cutters, and a handful of receipts from a gas station 2 towns over. The ground had been freshly disturbed, and the overhang now looked like it had been expanded by hand, scraped out with a shovel to make more space. That night, the police searched the woods with flashlights and dogs. They never caught the guy. He'd vanished, but they found more stashes hidden around. Little piles of stolen parts, tools, even a wallet with a fake ID tucked behind a tree stump. It wasn't just a homeless man hiding out. It was someone running a small-time chop shop right there in the woods, picking cars clean and stashing the evidence just 100 yards behind our backyard. After that, my parents didn't let us play in the woods anymore. A few weeks passed, and the whole thing seemed to blow over. The police presence faded. People stopped talking about it. Life moved on, the way it always does. But I never forgot. Years passed. I graduated high school, went to college, joined the Forest Service, and eventually became a full-time ranger. I was assigned to a mid-sized state park a couple hours from my hometown. Nothing too wild, but big enough to keep me busy. Hiking trails, a campground, some lakes. Routine patrols. Sometimes we get reports of people living out there illegally. Tent sites tucked away in the brush. Abandoned campsites with signs of long-term stay. Most of it was harmless. Some of it wasn't. One summer, I was sent to investigate an old footpath on the far side of the park that hikers kept reporting as creepy. They said they heard sounds out there, metal clanking, low voices, tools at night. I figured it was just a group of kids, or maybe someone camping illegally. I went out during the day first, hiked the path, didn't find much, but then around dusk I circled back. The air was heavy and warm. Bugs buzzed in my ears. I remember how quiet it was except for the sound of my boots on the trail. Then I smelled it, gasoline, faint but sharp. I followed it off the main trail, about 50 yards into the brush, where the trees grew closer together and the sun barely reached the ground. That's when I saw the tarp. It was dark green and stretched low to the ground, almost invisible unless you were standing right next to it. Underneath, there was a makeshift workspace, boxes full of metal parts, batteries, tools. Car doors leaned against trees. There were chains hanging from branches and a portable welding torch set up on a crate. It was quiet. No one was around, but everything looked freshly used. Food wrappers, a half-burnt fire, water bottles still half full. And there was something else. A photograph, nailed to the inside of a tree. It showed a backyard. My childhood backyard. I stared at it for a long time. There was no note, no message, just that image, slightly faded, probably taken with a cheap disposable camera. But I recognized the fence. I recognized the tree house my dad built. And in the far corner of the frame, you could just barely make out the woods. The same woods where I found that overhang when I was 12. I reported everything immediately. Law enforcement got involved. They cleared out the site and said it had all the signs of a mobile operation. Someone who moved from park to park, stripping stolen vehicles and hiding in plain sight. The man was never found. The ID from the old duffel bag years earlier didn't match anyone in their database. Whoever he was good at disappearing. Now I'm in my 40s. I live a few towns over from where I grew up. The woods behind my parents' house are still there, but a new housing development has pushed up against the far edge. Kids don't really play back there anymore. Too many fences, too many security cameras. Every so often, when I'm out on patrol, I find little things, bits of wire, tool marks on trees, fresh footprints in places that don't get much foot traffic. It always makes me wonder if he's still out there somewhere, moving from patch of forest to patch of forest, working in silence, sleeping in dirt. And every time I walk through a part of the woods I haven't seen before, I think about that hollow under the roots, those stained towels, and the sound of my sister's footsteps running back to the house. Some things don't leave you, especially when they're buried just under the surface. It was late November 2018, and I was working a stretch of long shifts as a volunteer firefighter and part-time park ranger in our small rural town. The population was barely over 1,500, maybe even less depending on the time of year. It was one of those places where you knew everyone's last name, what car they drove, and where they were most of the time. There wasn't much crime, but when something did happen, it usually involved alcohol, hunting rifles, or some teenager trying to be slick. The call came out around 8:15 p.m. Our tones dropped for a missing juvenile female, 16 years old, brunette, wearing a gray hoodie and black leggings. Dispatch instructed us to meet a deputy at the fire station before heading out. That kind of thing wasn't totally unheard of, but it always brought a tightness in your chest. We had only a couple of hours of daylight left, and temperatures were already dropping. Out here in the plains, cold nights could be unforgiving. I switched on the red dash light in my truck, drove the 3 blocks to the station, and saw some of the other volunteers already pulling in. We got the usual rundown: description, last known location, who she was last seen with, what she might have been wearing under the hoodie. She had been reported missing after not coming home from school. No sign of her at the football field or gym, and she hadn't told her parents she was going anywhere. The deputy figured she was with friends, but didn't want to rule anything out. We split up and started checking all the usual spots. We hit the school, the gas stations, a couple of local fast food places, the 2 motels along the highway, and even the community rec center. My partner and I, Todd, were assigned to check the edge of town, farms, service roads, and some open fields that bordered the parkland I was more familiar with. I've been working the parks around here for about 7 years by then. I knew the land better than most folks, but even then, there were still parts one didn't go into unless I had to. We were pulling out of the second gas station when I spotted something odd. Out past the far edge of a fallow cornfield, just past the glow of the high beams, I saw movement. At first, I thought it was a deer. I've seen hundreds of them at night, just a shape in the dark that suddenly turns into legs and eyes and vanishes. But this one moved differently. It walked, upright. "Hold up," I said to Todd, already reaching for the spotlight on the floorboard. He eased the truck to the shoulder while I leaned out and switched on the beam. What I expected to see was a teenager, maybe even the missing girl. What I saw instead was a man, mid-40s, maybe older, thin build. He was facing away from us. He had on tattered jeans, cowboy boots, and a dirty white t-shirt. I remember the stains looked like dirt, but something about the texture didn't sit right. The field he was in hadn't been plowed in months. It was dead corn stalks, broken up and dry, with uneven terrain. There was no real path, just barbed wire along the edge of the ditch and wide open nothing. I stepped out of the truck and started walking toward him, keeping the spotlight aimed. I wasn't thinking anything dangerous at that moment. Just thought maybe he needed help. I've run into plenty of farmers or night wanderers before. They usually turn out to be drunk, high, or lost. But the closer I got, the heavier I felt. It was like walking through thick air. No wind, no sound. Just my boots crunching over the dry ground and the beam of the light jittering with each step. I called out to him, told him I wasn't with the sheriff, just a firefighter helping with a search. No threats, no accusations. He stopped walking. He didn't turn around, just froze like a tree, arms slack, shoulders stiff. Something in my gut told me not to go any farther. I was about 20 yards from him at that point. I don't know what exactly made the hair on my arm stand up, but I've learned over time not to ignore it. It's the same feeling you get when you step on a hollow log and know something's inside, or when you're walking trailside and see a fresh bear print. That quiet alert in your bones that something isn't right. So I stopped, and I stood there with the spotlight on his back. He didn't move, not an inch. I started backing up. I didn't run. I didn't say anything else. Just started walking backward up the hill toward the truck, one step at a time. At about the halfway point, I turned to look at Todd, and then, just like that, I felt it. I whipped back around with the light, and the guy was gone. Gone. No trees, no ditches, no bushes, nothing but a wide, empty cornfield with dry dirt and broken stalks. I swept the light left to right, up and down. Nothing, not even a shadow. I ran the rest of the way to the truck, climbed in, and slammed the door. Todd looked at me, pale, eyes wide. He'd seen it too. Drive, I told him. Just drive. We didn't say anything for the first 5 minutes. Not even when we turned off the road and got back on pavement. Eventually, I said something like, "Did you see him disappear?" And Todd just nodded and said, "Yeah." Neither of us talked about it again that night. We got back to the station around 11. By then, the police chief had called off the search in our area and focused everything in the next town over. Apparently, a tip had come in about the missing girl being seen at a party. Sure enough, they found her around midnight. She was drunk, but fine. No signs of foul play. Just a dumb teenager trying to blow off steam. But the weird part is nobody else mentioned the man in the field. Not the cops, not the fire captain, not the other volunteers. It was like it hadn't happened. Todd and I looked at each other a few times during the end-of-shift briefing, but we kept quiet. Over the next few weeks, I started piecing together what little I could. That field, turns out it hadn't been worked since 2012. The farmer who owned it had moved out of state. There were no new tire tracks, no ATVs, no hikers reported. I even went back out there by myself a week later during the day. I parked in the same spot, walked down the same slope, tried to follow the path I thought I had taken that night. There were no footprints. None. Not mine, not Todd's, not the man's. Just dry ground and old corn roots. That spot where the man had been standing, it was flat. No holes. No cover. I spent maybe 20 minutes walking in slow circles, thinking maybe he'd ducked behind a low rise or something. But there was nothing. I didn't tell anyone about the second visit. Not even Todd. I just got back in my truck and drove off, trying to put it behind me. But the truth is, I've never really stopped thinking about it. Over the years, I've dealt with all kinds of things in the parks. Illegal hunting, meth labs, wild animals, missing persons. I've found human bones in dry creek beds and stumbled across abandoned campsites with bullet holes in the tarps. But nothing has ever felt like that night. Nothing ever made me feel like I didn't belong on my own 2 feet. I still work part-time as a ranger when they need help. I take calls, I do searches, I check trail markers, and deal with the occasional aggressive camper. But I don't go back to that field. Todd moved away a year later. Took a job with the city fire department down south. Before he left, we had one last beer in his garage. I almost brought up the man in the field just to clear the air. But when I opened my mouth, he shook his head and said, "Let's not." So I didn't. To this day, we don't talk about that night. I'm not saying it was paranormal. I'm not saying it was a ghost or anything like that. But it wasn't normal either. Maybe it was a squatter. Maybe someone with mental issues who knew how to vanish fast. Maybe it was a guy who'd been living rough for years and didn't want to be found. But whatever the explanation, I'll tell you this. He didn't move like a normal person. He didn't react like one either. Something about the way he stood, the way the air felt around him, the way he vanished. It wasn't natural. I tried to let it go. I've done my best to rationalize it. Maybe it was the adrenaline. Maybe I imagined more than what was actually there. Maybe the stress of searching for a missing girl played tricks on my head. That's what I tell myself when I can't sleep. But deep down, I know what I saw. There was a man in that field, and he didn't want to be found. I've worked in the park system long enough that I sometimes forget the number of years. My badge says Senior Ranger, and my file has records going back over 2 decades, but that doesn't really mean much. What matters, at least in this line of work, is what you've seen. And I've seen enough to last a few lifetimes. Most of my job used to be the regular stuff. Trail maintenance, checking permits, clearing debris after storms, and sometimes dealing with dumb people doing dumb things in the woods. But about 12 years ago, I started taking search and rescue calls more seriously. We were understaffed, and I already had training from my earlier days, so I just started taking more and more responsibility in SAR cases. At some point, I became the guy they'd call when things got particularly difficult. I don't know if that's something to be proud of. People outside this world think SAR is dramatic and full of action. Helicopters, hero rescues, dogs sniffing the air as they run through the forest. And yeah, sometimes that's true. But most of the time, it's long hours or feet and the smell. It's always the smell. Anyone who's done this work long enough knows what I mean. The human body, when left out in nature, changes fast. Faster than most people expect. Heat, moisture, scavengers, it all works together. I won't get into too much graphic detail, but the first time you find a body in the woods that's been missing for more than a day or two, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. The smell doesn't just hit your nose. It moves into your lungs, sticks to your skin, and burrows into your memory. Some people describe it as sweet, like rotting fruit. Others say it's more like a dead animal you find under a porch. I think it's a mix of both. But what I can tell you with certainty is that it never really goes away. You could be grocery shopping, walking down the produce aisle, and catch a whiff of something that drags you back to a recovery site 5 years earlier. That happened to me just last week. Bananas of all things. But let me go back to one of the recoveries that never left me. It's the one I still dream about, the one that makes me avoid certain hiking trails, and the one that broke something inside of me I didn't even realize was breakable. It happened 7 years ago in early autumn. The nights were getting cooler, but the days were still warm enough to draw in tourists and weekend hikers. We had a missing persons report for a teenage boy, 17, athletic, experienced hiker, supposedly just out for a day trek on a moderately difficult loop trail that skirted the edge of a small ridge. He was supposed to be back by sunset. When he wasn't, his parents called it in around 10 p.m. We waited until morning to begin the formal search. You have to understand, nighttime SAR missions are dangerous, especially in dense woods with rockfall zones and ravines. We'll do it if a kid is involved or if the weather demands it. But in this case, we waited until first light. I was out with 2 other rangers, plus 2 volunteers, all of us with radios and GPS tracking. We divided up sectors and moved in. The forest was quiet that day, almost too quiet. There wasn't much wind, and the sky had that pale gray overcast you get before a cold snap. I remember my boots crunching on dry needles and the sound of my own breathing in my ears. No birds, no squirrels, just quiet. I had Sector B, which included the northern ridge. I'd worked that area plenty of times before. Narrow trail, loose soil, some old fire damage from years ago. About 2 miles in, the trail split off toward a rocky overlook that locals call the Shelf. It's a beautiful spot during the day, but it's dangerous. The drop-off on one side is about 70 feet down, all jagged stone and thick undergrowth. I took that route, figuring if the kid had tried to get a better view or take a picture, he might have slipped. I didn't see any fresh scuff marks on the trail itself, but I followed it out of habit. A couple 100 feet past the overlook, I caught something in the air. That smell. It was faint at first, just a twitch in my nose. You always hope it's just a dead animal. A raccoon, maybe, or a coyote. But as I moved forward, it got stronger and more distinct. The wind shifted just enough to send it straight toward me, and I stopped in my tracks. It hit me hard, sweet, sour, thick in the back of my throat. The kind of smell that makes your stomach clench instinctively. I called it in, told them I might have found something, and was going off trail to check. I marked my location on the GPS and started pushing through the underbrush. The body was about 30 feet off the trail, caught at the base of a shallow slope beneath a fallen log. His pack was still on, one shoe missing, arms twisted. There was blood, but not much. Not like you'd expect from a traumatic fall. The body had started to bloat, and the skin had gone that waxy, purplish tone. I won't describe his face. You don't need that. I just stood there for a few seconds, not moving, not thinking, just breathing through my mouth and staring. Then the adrenaline kicked in. I marked the spot, radioed it in again, and set up a perimeter. Recovery was going to take a while. Terrain like that isn't easy to navigate. especially with a stretcher. The rest of the day blurred. The medics arrived. We rigged a pulley system and brought him up in stages. I helped carry the stretcher back to the trailhead. I remember my gloves were soaked by the time we were done, and not just from sweat. I went home that night, showered twice, and sat in my truck in the driveway for a long time. The smell was still in my nose. The worst part is that you start second-guessing everything. Could we have found him earlier? Was there something we missed? Should we have searched the overlook the night before? I started having dreams about that one. Not gory nightmares, more like quiet, suffocating ones. I'd be walking through the woods and find him sitting on the trail, staring at me. Or I'd be back at the overlook and the body would be gone. Just his pack, zipped up and upright like someone had set it there on purpose. Months went by, and I kept smelling that damn smell. In laundromats, in grocery stores, once even in my own kitchen after I left some chicken out too long. It was like my brain had tied that scent to something deeper, something that wouldn't leave. We had a debrief after the recovery, like we always do. Everyone seemed okay, but a couple weeks later, one of the younger volunteers quit. Said he couldn't stop thinking about the boys' shoes. How one was missing and the other was tied, so tight it had left an imprint on the skin. That stuck with me. Another time, a fellow ranger called me around midnight. He just wanted to talk. Said he kept dreaming about skeleton trees. I knew exactly what he meant. There's a patch of dead trees near the overlook, burnt white, brittle, no leaves. They look like ribs. I started journaling around that time, just trying to get the images out of my head. It helped a little, but the smell never went away. 2 years later, we had another SAR case, different part of the park, similar terrain. A father and his daughter had gone hiking and never checked in. We found the girl alive, thank God, huddled under an outcropping, shaking and dehydrated. The father wasn't so lucky. When we found him, the smell hit me before I even saw the body. And in that moment, my legs almost gave out. Not from exhaustion, from memory. It was like I was right back under that fallen log. That's the thing people don't understand. The trauma doesn't hit you all at once. It builds up, hides in the corners. It comes back during the quiet moments, when you're driving home, when you're lying in bed, when you're halfway through a meal. And the smell is always the first trigger. It bypasses all logic and reason. Goes straight to your brain's oldest wiring. I've been in therapy for 4 years now. Some days are better than others. I've learned how to manage the flashbacks, how to ground myself, how to separate the past from the present. But the smell still visits me. I don't think that'll ever stop. Our team has a support system now. After every recovery, we do more than just paperwork. We call each other, we check in. We don't pretend to be superheroes. We're just people doing a hard job. And sometimes that job breaks us in ways we don't expect. A few months ago, I got a call from a ranger I trained myself. He had just finished his first body recovery. Said he couldn't sleep. Said he kept hearing flies. I told him what someone once told me. Don't try to be tough. Tough doesn't help. Talk. Talk to someone. Don't let it fester. He cried. I just listened. I still go out on calls. I still hike the trails, clear the brush, check permits. But I carry more now. Not gear, memories, smells, sounds. I carry the weight of every person we couldn't save, every family I had to call, every teammate I had to debrief. The forest doesn't care about your pain. It keeps growing, keeps changing, keeps hiding its secrets. But we go out anyway, because someone has to, and maybe that's the only thing that makes the weight worth carrying. But I'll tell you this, if you ever find yourself in this line of work and you smell something that sticks in your throat and won't leave, don't ignore it. And if weeks or years later it comes back to you in the middle of the night, don't bottle it up. Talk to someone, anyone, because the smell never really leaves, and if you let it, it'll rot more than just your memory. It'll rot your soul. I was in my 4th year working full-time as a backcountry ranger when it happened. I'd done seasonal contracts before, mostly trails, permits, wildlife reports, that kind of thing. I'd spent plenty of time alone, in rain, sun, snow, and mud. I'd gotten used to discomfort. You have to, working in parks up north. You come to accept the routine things that make most people uncomfortable. Bugs, wet socks, blisters, nights where the temperature drops below freezing even in early June. It becomes part of the background. This happened in a newer provincial park, not yet open to regular vehicle access. It was mostly protected for its lakes and interior trails, and it could only be accessed by float plane or a combination of long portages and river travel. Not many people went in that far. There were no real designated ranger cabins yet, and very little infrastructure. Just a few flag trails, some marked campsites, and a handful of old fire rings from bush crews and outfitters. I've been flown in to do a regular circuit, about 10 days of moving through lakes and trails, checking campsites, removing trash, clearing fallen trees, and making sure no one had gotten themselves in trouble. Standard wilderness patrol work. You'd be surprised how often trouble finds people even that far out. About 2 days into my patrol, I ran into a group of 4 canoe campers. Late 20s, early 30s maybe, looked a little worn down, but not unprepared. I was camped just off the edge of small peninsula site, and I spotted them coming across the lake around noon. They asked if I was a ranger and told me they'd seen something strange the day before, something that had stuck with them. They didn't want to make a big deal about it, but it had unsettled them enough that they figured I should know. They told me they'd gone to check out a trail up a ridgeline near one of the interior lakes. One of those mountains that barely pass 300 meters but still give you a view if the trees thin out at the top. There was a small campsite at the base of the trail, a common rest point for groups planning to summit and get a look around before moving on. When they arrived at the site, it was a mess. Garbage everywhere. Clothes in the mud. Sleeping bag half soaked, half zipped. Torn tarps. No sign of the campers. They were confused, but they assumed someone had a medical issue and had been evacuated. Still, the scene fell off. They didn't hear or see a float plane, though one of them swore they saw a canoe pulled up at that site the night before. When they got up early to paddle over, it was gone. No paddles, no canoe, no people. Just gear scattered everywhere. I asked them to describe the site in more detail. Which lake, which bay, any landmarks. They told me as much as they could remember and pointed it out on their map. I thanked them, marked the location, and told them I'd swing by when I reached that area. They weren't making a formal report, just sharing what they saw. They were heading out in 2 days. I wished them well, and by evening they were around the bend, gone down the next river section. 2 days later, I arrived at the site they described. It was worse than I expected. The campsite sat in a low clearing not far from the water's edge, a flat patch of land with just enough space for a few tents and a fire ring. Surrounding it was thick boreal forest, black spruce, jack pine, dense underbrush, and mossy ground. The kind of place that's quiet even when it's not. No wind, no bird song, just that heavy, forested stillness that starts to press in when you're alone. As I pulled up in my canoe, I noticed no other boats or signs of people. The shore was muddy from recent rain. I dragged my canoe a few feet up and stepped out. Immediately, I could see the campsite had been abandoned in a hurry. There were 2 tarps half-strung between trees, torn loose and flapping gently. One had collapsed completely into the mud, weighed down by water pooled in the center. Beneath it was a sleeping pad and what looked like a partially unzipped sleeping bag, soaked through and covered in pine needles. A pile of clothes sat near the fire ring, shirts, socks, fleece layers, even a pair of hiking pants. Nearby, a cracked Nalgene bottle half filled with cloudy water. The fire pit was cold, ash scattered around. A blackened pot sat on a flat rock nearby, some kind of powdered meal half spilled next to it. One of those dehydrated bags of camp food had been sliced open down the side, not torn at the top like usual, but cut, roughly like someone used a hunting knife or a sharp tool and didn't care how it came open. That was odd. A second sleeping bag was draped over a low branch nearby. It looked like someone had tried to hang it to dry, but left it there, forgotten. More gear was scattered in the brush. Crushed snack wrappers, a toothbrush, a camp stove with no fuel canister, and 2 pairs of boots, both muddy, one waterlogged and crumpled as if they'd been hastily yanked off. There was a raincoat balled up and left next to the boots. I did a slow circle around the clearing, taking everything in. There was no sign of struggle, no blood, no torn clothing that might suggest an animal. But there was something deeply unsettling about how incomplete it all felt. Whoever had been here left in a rush, but also left behind things you just don't abandon unless something's seriously wrong. Boots, jackets, a half-dried sleeping bag, even a pack frame leaned against a tree. I walked down to the edge of the water. No canoe, no paddles, just drag marks in the mud that ended abruptly about a meter in. That made me stop. If someone left by canoe, I would have expected to see paddle tracks or at least deeper drag grooves that continued into the water. These marks stopped suddenly, like something had been dropped or lifted. I checked the area more carefully. No footprints heading into the forest. No signs of someone walking out on foot. It had rained hard for 2 days before I got there, and the mud was fresh. If someone had walked away, there would have been tracks. There were none. Back at the site, I started taking inventory. I laid out what I could recover: clothing, tarps, sleeping bags, cookware, and food wrappers. From the volume of gear, I estimated there had been at least 3, maybe 4 people. No tent poles or full backpacks, though. That told me one of 2 things. Either they'd packed the essentials and left the rest behind, or they were taken out without time to pack it all. I tried to contact dispatch on the satellite radio, but reception in that area was notoriously bad. I got static, then a partial signal before it dropped. I made a log entry by hand in my field book, drew a rough diagram of the site, and noted every item I could identify. I didn't sleep well that night. My own camp was a few hundred meters down the shore, tucked into a tree line where I could watch the site from a distance. I sat up most of the evening under the tarp, the rain tapping steadily overhead, trying to piece it together. The only explanation that made sense was emergency extraction. Maybe one of them got injured or seriously sick. Hypothermia was possible, especially in that kind of weather, and they used a satellite phone or beacon to call for help. But even then, why leave so much behind? Even when SAR lifts people out, they usually make an effort to collect gear. At the very least, the rest of the group would pack up, and then there was the lack of footprints or paddle trails. The next day, I paddled to a high bluff where I knew I could get a better radio signal. I spent the better part of the morning hiking up with my radio held high, trying to catch a clear channel. Finally, I got through to one of the ops techs back at the field office. I gave them the coordinates, described the site, and asked if there had been any recent search and rescue flights in the area over the past week. After a long pause, the tech came back. Nothing had been logged. No evacuations. No distress calls. No reported emergencies. No permits flagged as overdue or missing. Nothing. I felt a weight settle in my stomach. That's when I started taking it more seriously. I spent the rest of the day photographing the site, bagging what I could, and creating a more formal incident report. Still no sign of people, no additional tracks, and no canoe. I stayed in the area for 2 more nights. Not because I wanted to, but because something about the whole thing gnawed at me. I walked a 3 kilometers radius around the site both days, searching for any signs: torn fabric, signal fires, carvings on trees, even scent markers if someone tried to leave trail. Nothing. By the 4th morning, I had to move on. My patrol was scheduled, and I was still 2 days away from the next supply cache. I logged the report in triplicate: 1 for the field office, 1 for the SAR coordinator, 1 for the regional warden. Then I packed up and continued west. By the time I reached the far end of the park, a week had passed since I first saw the site. The rain had returned, and I was soaked through most of the last 2 days. When I finally reached the float plane pickup point, I looked as bad as I felt: mud-streaked, tired, and sore from days of paddling and headwind. Back at the station, I debriefed the area lead. He flipped through my field notes, pausing at the section with the gear list and rough sketch of the camp layout. Then he said something I didn't expect. That site wasn't booked. I asked what he meant. He told me they'd pulled all issued permits for that week in the area. Not only had there been no emergency calls, but no one had even been scheduled to camp at that lake. Not legally, anyway. I checked the names against my own list. Nothing matched. The mystery campers were never logged. They never filed a route plan. They weren't on the I've been a park ranger for over 12 years now. I've worked everything from lowland marshes to alpine ridges, and I've seen things that most folks wouldn't believe could happen inside the borders of a national forest. I've tracked down missing hikers, stumbled across makeshift poacher camps, found weird old survivalist shelters that hadn't been touched in decades. I've had to pull half-decomposed deer carcasses from popular trails, patch up drunk tourists who slipped off wet rocks, and spend long, cold nights manning lookout towers during fire season. But nothing has ever stuck with me like what happened in the summer of 2017 in a section of forest I hadn't worked before, an area just east of a place we called Route 17. It wasn't a real highway or anything. It was a nickname passed down through the ranks for a stretch of rough back road, unpaved, rocky, and largely ignored, that cut through one of the more remote areas of the forest. It was a place with no campsites, no marked trails, and hardly any cell service. The road ended at an old service gate that hadn't been used in years, and from there, the land just dropped off into deep, jagged hills full of scrub pine, thick undergrowth, and limestone outcrops. The forest department hadn't maintained a regular patrol out that way in over a decade. But that summer, budget changes and some shifts in territory left me assigned to cover the quadrant that included Route 17. I didn't think much of it at first. It was out of the way, but quiet. I drive up the access roads, check the boundary markers, look for signs of illegal hunting or fires, and then head back before the sun dropped too low. Easy hours, really. The trouble started in early June when I found the first thing that didn't quite sit right with me. It was a small pile of bones. They were arranged neatly, almost carefully, at the base of a rocky overhang about a quarter mile from the end of the road. I parked near the gate and hiked in just to familiarize myself with the terrain. The bones were stripped clean, picked white, and didn't show any sign of chewing or claw marks. Just smooth, sun-bleached remains. Probably raccoon or possum, nothing big. Still, the way they were placed didn't feel like an animal kill. More like someone had taken the time to gather them and set them in a little pile. A stack almost. I didn't touch them. Just noted the GPS location in my logbook and moved on. A week later, I came back, and there were more bones. Same spot, same kind of animal remains. Another small pile, a few inches beside the old one. Still no sign of disturbance in the surrounding area. No tracks, no droppings, just bones placed deliberately. That's when I started going deeper into that part of the forest. Not just to the end of the road, but beyond the service gate, where the hills started rolling hard and the brush thickened. I took an ATV as far as it could go, then hiked the rest. I spent 3 straight days combing through the hills near those outcrops. Found more bones. 5 piles in total, each arranged the same way, spaced just far enough apart to make you wonder if there was a pattern. It wasn't just that the bones were placed. It was that they were all similar in age, weathered just the same. That meant they'd all been placed recently, in the last few weeks. Maybe less. I flagged it in my report. My supervisor told me it was likely scavengers. He told me to keep an eye out for signs of illegal trapping or poaching. I agreed, but I knew in my gut this wasn't that. There were no snares, no cartridges, no sign of blood or skinning or meat. Just clean bones stacked like little towers, always under some kind of overhang or tucked into a shallow nook in the rock. Someone was doing this, and they'd been doing it in a very specific area. That's when I found the cave. It wasn't marked on any map. You wouldn't even notice it unless you were standing right in front of it. The opening was narrow, maybe 4 feet wide, but it was high enough to step into. It sat behind a dense thicket of scrub, oak, and thorn brush, half hidden by years of overgrowth. I found it completely by accident while circling back toward my ATV one afternoon. The air near the entrance was cooler, damp, like the air that comes off a root cellar. I stood there a long minute just staring inside. It went back farther than I could see, way farther. I took out my flashlight and stepped inside. The cave narrowed for about 10 feet, then opened into a wider chamber, maybe 20 feet across. The ceiling was low, 7 feet, maybe 8, and the floor sloped downward gradually. There were no markings, no signs of mining or carving, just rough limestone walls and damp ground. I swept the beam of my light across the floor and froze. Bones. Not piles this time, just scattered. Everywhere. Dozens. Maybe more. All of them animal, I think. Small ones. Raccoon. Fox. Coyote. A few larger ones too. Maybe deer or wild boar. All stripped clean. No smell. just dry bones, spread like something had shaken them out of a bag. And in the center of the room, there was a circle of stones. Not natural. They'd been placed, arranged in a ring. Nothing in the middle, just dirt and dust, but it was clear someone had made it. I didn't stay long. I backed out, slow and careful, and didn't stop until it was out in the daylight again. The sun had dropped low by then, turning the hills orange and gold. I stood there for a while just listening. I could hear birds, wind, the faint rustle of leaves, but nothing else. No signs of movement, no voices, no tracks but mine. Back at headquarters, I logged the cave and made a note for follow-up inspection. I didn't say much about the bones, just enough to get it flagged. But no one ever went out to look. We were stretched thin that season. Fires had popped up in the northern quadrant. One ranger had to take family leave. Another transferred out. It was just me for most of the summer, and I couldn't shake what I'd seen. I went back again in July. This time I took a camera. I brought a proper headlamp, extra batteries, a backpack with markers, gloves, the works. I told myself I'd take pictures, maybe collect a few samples, try to figure out if this was some sort of natural den or if someone was using it for illegal dumping or cult-like activity. I hiked in early, reached the cave just after noon. It was cooler inside again, still damp. I moved fast, stepping over the loose bones, taking pictures from every angle. The stone circle was still there, but now something was inside it. A rock, just a normal fist-sized stone, but it had been painted red, with 3 white lines across the top, like a crude symbol. That wasn't there before. I know it wasn't. I'd looked right at that ring the last time. I took a picture, then another. I was starting to sweat. Not from heat, but from something else. My headlamp flickered. Just once. A quick pulse, then back to steady. Probably just the battery. Still, I didn't stay long. It wasn't until I got home that I noticed the last picture. I'd snapped a shot of the far wall of the cave, not really thinking, just trying to document everything. But when I zoomed in, I saw it. Etched into the stone, faint, shallow lines were rows of slashes. Tallies. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. Just marks. Some vertical, some crossed through like someone had been keeping count. Or measuring something. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up thinking I heard things outside. It's dumb. I live a good 40 miles from that part of the forest. But I locked my doors, closed the blinds, slept with the light on. The next day, I drove back out there, thinking maybe I'd missed something important. Maybe there was something in that cave that could explain all this animal behavior. Maybe something explainable, something I could file a report on and put to bed. But when I got there, the cave was gone. I swear to God, the whole entrance had been filled in. Rocks, earth, debris, like a landslide had come through, but nothing else around was disturbed. Just that spot. The thicket was still there, the brush still standing. But the mouth of the cave was completely sealed, like someone had packed it shut by hand. I walked the area for hours. I dug at the base with a shovel, cleared brush, checked my GPS a dozen times. I was in the right place. No doubt about it. The cave was just gone. I didn't file another report. What could I say? That a hidden cave full of bones had vanished overnight? That someone or something had been using it for something I couldn't explain? I let it go. Stopped patrolling that stretch. Focused on other areas. Fire season ended. Winter came. The next year, I was reassigned to another park, and I didn't ask questions. But every so often, I'll be driving down a dirt road or walking a dry creek, and I'll see something small. A bone. A mark on a rock. A symbol carved shallow into bark. And I'll remember that place. That cave. I don't know who was using it or why, but someone was. And someone went to a lot of trouble to keep it hidden, to erase it. I don't think it was about animals. I don't think it was about dumping or rituals or anything like that. I think someone was watching something, tracking something, measuring something. And I think whatever they were watching might still be out there. I don't go near Route 17 anymore. It was mid-October, just after the season had shifted for good. That year, fall came early and hard in the high country. Cold wind pushed through the canyons day and night, and the trees dropped their leaves in clumps instead of gradually. I I was a ranger stationed out of a small facility near the eastern edge of the San Juan Mountains in southwestern Colorado. It was a quiet part of the park system, and by that time of the year, most of the summer traffic was gone. The hunting crowd hadn't quite rolled in yet either. We were in that awkward dead zone between tourists and rifle season. That usually meant solo duty and fewer patrols. Some guys like that quiet. I didn't mind it most days. I liked walking the trails alone, and the quiet helped me notice things that might get missed during the busy months. Fallen trees over footpaths, damaged signs, tracks from off-roaders or illegal campers. That morning started normal. I had a thermos of coffee in the cab of my truck, an old fleet-issued Silverado with half the paint scratched from low branches. I left the station before sunrise and drove a few miles down the old service road toward a trail called Eagle Hollow. The plan was to hike in a couple of miles, check on a campsite we'd gotten complaints about back in late August, and be back by mid-afternoon. But when I got to the pull-off where I normally parked for Eagle Hollow, something caught my eye. There was a set of tire tracks going off the road at an angle I hadn't seen before, through a narrow space between the trees where I was almost certain there hadn't been a road. I got out and checked it out on foot. The ground had been packed recently. It looked like a full-size truck had driven in. I looked closer and saw broken branches and ruts in the earth. Whatever went through here wasn't following a road. It had made one. Still, the path was surprisingly straight and smooth for something unofficial. Something about it didn't sit right with me. I went back to my truck, pulled out the large laminated topographical map we kept folded behind the seat, and spread it across the hood. I ran my finger along the road, traced the trail system, and then checked again. No road where those tire tracks went. Not even an old one. No fire break. No logging path. No historical trail. There shouldn't have been anything there. Now, you might think it's not a big deal. People go off-road all the time, right? But in that part of the mountains, the terrain was steep and the forest thick. Going off-road wasn't easy unless you had heavy equipment or a reason to cut through. It was public land, technically, but no one had any business out there. And there were restrictions against unauthorized vehicle use in that zone, especially this deep into the season. I decided to check it out. I pulled the truck off the main service road and followed the tracks. At first it was rough, low pine limbs scraping along both sides of the cab, but then it opened up, like someone had actually cleared a route recently. I followed that path for maybe 2 miles, slowly weaving around narrow bends, until I came to a sort of clearing. Not a meadow, more like an area where trees had been cleared intentionally. And there was a building, a small cabin, low to the ground, built out of rough pine. It had a sloped-in roof and no markings on the outside. The truck tracks led directly to it. I stopped, engine idling, and looked around. There were no signs, no address marker, no mailbox, no name. Just a bare structure sitting in a clearing where there shouldn't have been one. I got out and walked around the truck. The air was still. I remember that clearly. Not even wind. No birds. No insects. That wasn't abnormal in October, but the stillness felt different, like it was deliberate somehow. I took my notebook out of my jacket pocket and scribbled down the GPS coordinates from the handheld unit I carried. Then I took a few photos with my work phone. Standard procedure anytime we came across unregistered structures. I moved toward the building slowly. I wasn't armed. Our job rarely required it, but I had bear spray, a knife, and the steel confidence that came from a decade on the job. Still, I didn't feel good about what I was seeing. The place didn't look abandoned. The roof was clean of debris. The windows, though dark, weren't broken. There was no moss growing up the sides. The structure looked lived in, but no sign of a vehicle, no smoke from a chimney, no footprints around the doorway, and no padlock on the door. I didn't go in. Instead, I circled it. I looked in the windows, though the curtains were drawn tight. One side window had a small gap, and I tried to peer in. What I saw was faint, a table with 2 chairs, what looked like an oil lamp, and maybe some shelves, but nothing that gave away who owned the place or what it was used for. I circled back around to the front and noticed something that hadn't caught my eye before, a set of deeply worn boot prints going around the side of the cabin, and then stopping. I followed them. They stopped just shy of a small depression in the ground. Looked like an old well or pit, maybe 3 feet wide. No cover over it, just a circle of stones. I knelt and looked down. Couldn't see anything. Threw a small rock in and never heard it hit bottom. I didn't like any of it. I backed out of the area, took more pictures, marked the location on my GPS again, and drove back the way I came. When I got back to the station, I filed an incident report with everything I'd found, printed the photos, and sent them up the chain. I figured I'd done my part, and the higher-ups would take it from there. 2 days passed. No reply. No acknowledgement. Not even a "we received your report." That wasn't normal. Usually, we at least get a standard response when logging an unknown structure. I tried to follow up with the district supervisor, but his assistant told me he was out for the week. The admin girl sounded rushed, like she was trying to get off the phone. So I waited another day. Still nothing. On the 4th day, I came in and found a printed memo in my station mailbox. It was short, just a paragraph. It told me to disregard the report I had submitted, that the site in question had been documented previously, and that no further patrols were necessary in that zone. The final line read, "This area is under jurisdictional review. No ranger access required at this time." That didn't sit right with me. Not just because I had never seen any record of that cabin before, but because the memo didn't even have a signature. Just a typed header and a stamped seal. I looked through our local databases. Still nothing. I checked historical plats. Nothing. I even called a retired ranger I knew who had worked that region in the 80s and 90s. He didn't remember anything about a structure out there either. Something was being hidden. So I went back. I didn't tell anyone. I waited until my next solo shift, packed extra gear, and left early in the morning. Brought a satellite phone, extra batteries, 2 days of food, and a sidearm I technically wasn't supposed to carry. The drive was the same, quiet, empty, uneventful. I reached the same track through the trees and followed it in. But the cabin wasn't there. The clearing was still there. The same scraped ground, the same tire marks leading in, but the building was gone. Completely gone. No foundation. No gravel. No marks in the earth. Not even disturbed soil. Just bare ground. I stood there for a long time. It didn't make sense. Not even a sign of demolition. It was like it had never been built. I walked the area again, checked my GPS coordinates. They matched the ones I'd written down from the first visit. I followed the boot prints again. They were still there, and they still led to that same small pit in the earth. This time I lowered a glow stick down on a string to gauge depth. It fell nearly 30 feet before swinging free in open space. That's when I knew it wasn't just a pit. It was an entrance, or maybe a shaft, something man-made. I sat for over an hour, just watching the woods. Then I packed up and left. I didn't go back to the station right away. I drove 2 towns over and found a place with a decent internet connection. I uploaded my photos from the first visit. Thankfully, I'd saved them offline, and tried to match the cabin to any known structures, companies, or field stations. Nothing came up. I tried uploading the coordinates to some open-source GIS databases. Still nothing. Later that night, I went back to the station and found my report missing from the log binder. Cleaned out, like it had never existed. I didn't mention it to anyone. I didn't file a second report. 2 weeks later, I heard from the retired ranger again. He left me a voicemail. Said he remembered something. Back in the early 90s, a temporary crew was sent to block off a trail in that same area after a series of illegal mining claims popped up. The trail they blocked off wasn't on any map either. He didn't know who ordered it closed. Then he hung up. No return number. Never called back. A month later, I requested a transfer. Said I needed a change of scenery. They gave it to me. Moved me up north, closer to the Wyoming line. I never heard another word about that clearing. I still have the GPS coordinates burned into my memory. I never went back. But I know what I saw. A road that wasn't on any map. A cabin that was there and then wasn't. A hole in the ground that dropped into something much deeper, and a set of boot prints that led nowhere. Whatever was out there, someone didn't want it found. And I learned the hard way. Out in the deep woods, there are places not meant for us. Not because of ghosts or legends, but because someone, somewhere, is working very hard to make sure we never know the truth. That was my last fall in those mountains. I don't plan on ever going back. I took the job as a seasonal park ranger after getting out of the Army. I didn't want to be around people much, and I needed work that kept me out in the woods. I was stationed in the San Juan National Forest in southwestern Colorado, a place filled with thick pine forests, old mining trails, and long-forgotten logging camps. My assignment was mostly patrolling hiking routes and monitoring wildlife activity. Nothing too fancy, but the solitude suited me. I had been working that post for about 8 months when I got assigned to check out a remote stretch of the Switchback Trail. It wasn't one of the more popular routes, too steep, not well maintained, and far from the more scenic parts of the park. It cut across the western face of a ridge that used to be part of an old mining zone. There had been a few reports of downed trees blocking parts of the path, and a hiker had emailed and saying he saw an abandoned campsite up there with strange stuff. No pictures, no details, just strange stuff. Most people ignored that trail, so the ranger office hadn't checked in a while. I set out early one Thursday morning in October. It was still cold, the kind of cold that bites your fingertips when you're lacing your boots. I had my usual gear: radio, GPS, first aid, water, food, a service pistol just in case of mountain lions or bears, and a small hand axe in case I had to clear branches. The hike in was about 6 miles from the access road. No cell service, no easy exit if something went wrong. The forest out that way was denser than I remembered. The pines grew closer together, with years of needles packed tight against the earth. There wasn't much underbrush, so the sound carried oddly far. Every step crunched underfoot, and the air had that sharp pine smell mixed with the cold damp of shaded soil. The first couple miles were uneventful. I found one big fallen tree, but it was easy to step over. Nothing worth reporting. By mile 4, the trail started climbing and winding tighter along the ridgeline. The switchbacks were steep, tight, and uneven. I had to slow down and catch my footing in some parts where the dirt had slid out from under the edge. At one turn, I stopped to check the GPS and log my location. That's when I noticed it. A small path branching off from the main trail, just barely visible, like it had been used long ago and then left to disappear. I probably wouldn't have noticed it if not for a thin piece of paracord tied around a low branch. The color had faded to almost gray, but it was there. A marker of some kind. It wasn't unusual for hunters or campers to leave markers for themselves, but I hadn't seen anything about that area being active in years. My curiosity got the better of me. I followed the path. The ground was softer here, more moss and roots than dirt. The trail wound downhill into a shallow bowl between 2 ridges, and after maybe 15 minutes, I came upon a clearing. Well, more of a depression in the trees. In the middle was a campsite. It had clearly been there a while. The tent was torn, half collapsed, with mold growing on the fabric. There were a few camping items: an old propane stove, a rusted pan, and a backpack that had been shredded, maybe by animals. I stepped closer, scanning the area. The fire pit was cold and packed with ash, but not ancient. It could have been used sometime in the last year. Hard to tell. Then I saw the thing that made my stomach twist. There were bones scattered around the site. Not human. I could tell that much right away. Maybe deer, maybe elk, but the thing was, most of them had been sawed clean, like someone had taken a hacksaw or a fine-toothed blade to them. One of the skulls had a clean, unnatural cut right through it, and it had been placed upright, almost like a decoration. Nearby was a kind of hanging line strung between 2 trees, with strips of cloth still tied to it, like someone had tried to make a barrier or a warning line. It didn't look like the work of an amateur camper. I started taking photos with the old department camera and used the GPS to mark the coordinates. I didn't see any personal ID or anything that might have told me who had set up the camp, but something about it felt off, too deliberate. It wasn't just abandoned. It had been left behind for a reason, and not a good one. I radioed it in, but got only static. Not surprising out there. The mountains blocked most signals. I decided to finish documenting it and then head back to the main trail. I figured I could file a full report once I got out, but I didn't go straight back. About 50 yards behind the camp, I found another trail. It wasn't visible from the site. It looked like someone had brushed branches over it to hide it. I only noticed because a crow took off from a low tree and startled me. And when I stepped toward where it had flown from, I saw boot prints. Faint, but fresh enough. I know boot prints well. These weren't from months ago. It looked like someone had walked that trail maybe a day or two before. That didn't make sense. There hadn't been any park vehicles checked out in this area in weeks, and no hiking permits for this route. I followed the prints. The second trail ran downhill again, tighter and darker than the first. It led to what looked like an old mining road, the kind used by carts and pack animals back in the 1800s. The sides were overgrown, but still walkable. And then I saw the structure. It was a small shack, one room. The roof had mostly caved in, but the walls were intact. There was a metal chimney rusting out of the top and a door made of thick planks. When I stepped up to it, I could smell the faint odor of something rotting. Not overwhelming, but sharp enough to catch. I opened the door. Inside, there was a wooden workbench, a few empty shelves, and something that made me step back. Large hooks screwed into the ceiling beams. 3 of them. Below them were dark stains on the floorboards. I didn't need to be told what they were. I'd seen enough in combat zones to recognize blood, even old, dry blood. The room was silent. The kind of silence that doesn't feel empty, but watchful. I snapped more pictures and backed out. The prints I'd followed didn't go into the shack. They led around the side and into another part of the woods. I didn't follow them that time. My instincts were telling me loud and clear, leave now. I returned to the trail, hiked back the 6 miles, and finally reached the access road near sunset. The temperature had dropped fast. My breath came out in visible puffs. I radioed in and finally got through. I didn't mention everything over the air, just said I had found signs of illegal activity, possibly poaching or squatting. The full report could wait until I was back. That night, I couldn't sleep. I went through the photos, zoomed in on the bones, the prints, the shack. Something kept nagging me. The boot prints were uniform, exact same shape and spacing. No signs of stumbling or dragging. Whoever made them had walked with precision. Too precise. I compared them to my own boots and realized something strange. They weren't standard hiking boots. They were military issue. Next day, I submitted everything to the supervisor. He barely glanced at it and told me to let the Forest Service handle it. I never heard back about it again. But 2 weeks later, I went out to check a different part of the forest and noticed something unsettling. The same kind of paracord tied to a tree branch off the trail. Same faded gray. I stood there staring at it for a long time, then cut it down. I started seeing them more after that. Little signs, stacked rocks in threes, carved notches on trees. Every time I saw one, it was in a spot where no trail went. Places only someone living in the forest full-time would know. One evening, late November, I got caught out after dark and had a bivouac on a ridgeline. I set up camp, made no fire, just laid low and tried to stay warm. Around 1 a.m., I heard something moving below. Footsteps, deliberate, paced, not animal. They passed within 50 feet of me. Whoever it was didn't have a light. Just walked through the dark like they knew every inch of the forest. I didn't move until sunrise. When I finally hiked down, I found boot prints not far from where I'd slept. Same military pattern, same spacing. But this time, they circled my camp once and walked away. I never told anyone. There's no crime in walking near someone's camp. But I knew what it meant. Someone had found me. After that season ended, I transferred out of Colorado. Took a post in northern Maine. Denser woods, but fewer signs of people living deep out there. Still, I don't hike alone off trail anymore. And every so often, when I see an old piece of paracord or a boot print that doesn't belong, I remember that camp, those bones, and the silent person walking through the night like they belonged in the woods more than I ever did. I've never gone back to that part of the Switchback Trail. I don't talk about it in the ranger station. That whole section got listed as restricted for restoration a few months later. Official reason was habitat protection. I know that's not the real reason. I know someone's still out there, living quiet and deep, watching the trails, leaving signs, maybe doing worse. They don't want to be found. And I think the Forest Service knows it too. They just don't want trouble. What I saw wasn't a ghost or a monster. It was something worse. A person. A smart person hiding out there, hunting animals, maybe people too, making camps and traps and signs that only make sense to them. That's the part that haunts me the most. Not what I saw, what I didn't, and the fact that whoever it was saw me. I was stationed in a lesser-used part of the park that year, a place we just called Section 3. It was around the northern ridge near the state border. Not many people hiked that area, mostly because the terrain wasn't friendly. Steep switchbacks, fallen trees, rock slides that hadn't been fully cleared. There was one long trail that cut through the zone, Cut Trail we called it. It wasn't official, but people use it now and then. The name came from the way it looked on the map. A narrow line slicing straight across the contour lines like someone just dragged a knife across the land. Cut Trail was hard to reach and harder to walk. I've been a ranger for 8 years, and I could say without much doubt that I didn't like that area. Not because of anything spooky, just because it was neglected. The dirt was always washed out, the footing loose, and you always felt like you were walking over something that didn't want you there. It's hard to explain unless you've walked a trail where the ground breaks off too easily, where everything feels barely held together. The Park Service only had 3 of us patrolling that section, and 2 of those were part-time. Most of the time, I was on my own. That was fine. I'd worked in areas with bears, with moose, even a mountain lion or 2. You learn to stay aware. You learn to read signs, hear patterns, feel when something's off. Most of the time, it's quiet. A few hikers, maybe an illegal hunter or some college kids trying to camp without a permit. Nothing big. That fall, I'd been sent out to cut trail because one of the survey markers had reportedly gone missing. Someone from the trail's crew said a cairn and post they'd set up back in spring was completely gone. Just not there anymore. I didn't think much of it. Trail markers go missing all the time. Wind, weather, animals, or people moving them out of boredom. I left early in the morning. The weather was cold but dry. I carried my usual gear: radio, compass, GPS unit, a map, water, small pack with food and emergency supplies. I also had a revolver, standard issue in that region. Not because of people, but because of bears. We'd had a few black bear sightings in the months before. It took me about 2 hours just to reach the trailhead for Cut Trail. The access road was nothing more than 2 worn-down tire ruts through the brush. I left the truck where the road ended and started the hike. The start of Cut Trail was overgrown. Shrubs, brambles, fallen branches. You could tell no one had been out there in a while. I had to push through a lot of low vegetation just to stay on the path. My GPS showed I was on track, but if I didn't know this area from years back, I'd have said I was lost. Still, I pushed on. My plan was to reach the old survey marker, supposed to be about 4 miles in, then loop back using a maintenance road that curved east toward a small ranger station near the lake. About 1.5 miles in, I started seeing things that didn't add up. First, I found a small pile of feathers. All the same kind, grayish-white, maybe dove or pigeon. They were stacked neatly. Not scattered, not eaten, not weather-damaged. Just a small pile on a flat rock, like someone had placed them there. No blood, no bones, just feathers. I'd seen stuff like that before, usually signs of someone fooling around, or sometimes left by hunters as a marker. It wasn't dangerous, just weird. Then, about 20 minutes later, I found a tree that had been stripped of bark on one side. Not gnawed, stripped. Clean in vertical lines like someone used a blade to cut downward. I circled it. Nothing around it seemed out of place. No footprints, no scat, no tools, no scent. Just that tree, with its inner wood showing in 6 long strips. I took a photo, logged the GPS point, and moved on. By the time I reached mile 3, the woods changed. The trees grew tighter together, taller. Less undergrowth. The wind didn't reach down there, so it got quiet. No birds, either. That wasn't uncommon in some hollows and folds in the terrain, but it stood out more because I hadn't heard any for a while. Then I found something I really didn't like. A fire ring. Fresh. It was maybe 3 or 4 days old. Stones in a circle, black ash in the middle, a few charred sticks still half burnt. Whoever used it had pulled up a log to sit on and had driven a small stick into the ground beside it, like a flagpole, only nothing was on it. Now, camping wasn't allowed anywhere near Cut Trail, not for about 3 miles in any direction. No permit campsites, no legal grounds, nothing. The nearest legal camping zone was at least a 6-hour hike from there. I checked for trash. Nothing. No food wrappers, no bottles, no cans. That was almost more suspicious. Usually, People who illegally camp like this aren't careful. They leave beer cans or burnt foil or whatever they hauled in. But this was clean. Too clean. I moved on. Half a mile later, I found the cairn, or where it should have been. The marker was gone. Not knocked over. Not broken. Gone. The rocks were gone. The post was gone. Even the small rebar stake under it was pulled out. You could see where it had been driven into the ground. This perfect little circular hole, just a few inches wide and several inches deep. Someone had deliberately pulled it up and taken everything. Now it was starting to bother me. It would take effort to do that. Not just a casual hiker or some teenager messing around. You'd need tools to pull that rebar out, and you'd have to carry everything with you. And who'd want to? I looked around carefully. Still no footprints, but the ground was hard and dry. Not great for tracking. I walked a slow spiral outward from the marker site, looking for signs, cigarette butts, cords, prints, snags on bark, but found nothing. Just forest all around. At that point, I considered turning back. I was over 4 miles in, and the light was going to start fading within a few hours. I'd seen what I came for, but something in me said to keep going just a little more. I don't know what it was. Maybe instinct. Maybe habit. Maybe I just didn't like the idea of walking out without knowing a bit more. So I kept going. The next half mile was slow. The trail got worse. At some point, a landslide had partially buried part of it, so I had to climb up a bit and cut across a rock face. I was tired. I'd been walking for hours and the pack was starting to dig into my shoulders. I stopped for a water break on a narrow ledge and took out a protein bar. While I sat there, I realized something. I hadn't seen any animal tracks all day. No deer, no squirrels, not even a rabbit. The woods felt sterile. I moved on, pushing through a thick patch of fir and pine. Then, ahead, I saw a shadow move. It was quick, just the shape of something ducking down or stepping back behind a tree. I froze. I watched the spot for a long time. 5 minutes, maybe more. Nothing moved. No sound. I finally stepped forward, slowly, hand near the holster of my hip. When I reached the spot, I found a depression in the ground. Old fire. This one much older than the other. Ash that had gone gray, bits of weathered wood, pine needles blown and around it. But near it, off to the side, I found something I still think about to this day. A narrow trench, maybe a foot wide and 2 feet long, dug into the dirt. Inside it were small bones. Dozens of them. Fur bones, maybe. Some broken, some clean. Arranged carefully in 2 rows. I didn't touch them. I didn't even kneel close. I just stared. It looked like some kind of ritual thing, but not the kind you read about in books. This was more crude. Personal. Like someone had done this a lot. Maybe for themselves. Maybe for a reason only they understood. And there were more stick poles. 3 this time, about 8 inches tall, stuck into the ground on each end of the trench. Still no flags, no markings. I backed away. The map showed an old ranger access cabin about 1.5 miles northeast off the trail. It was abandoned years ago, used when the park first opened, but later considered too remote to bother maintaining. I'd never been to it, but it was marked. I figured I could cut across, check if anything looked tampered with, then loop back to the trail and head out. The hike to it was steep, not dangerous, but slow going. Lots of deadfall, loose rocks, uneven dirt. I used my compass to keep my heading straight. Eventually, after almost an hour, I found it. The cabin was in worse shape than I expected. The roof was sagging in the middle. One of the shutters hung loose. Moss covered most of the south-facing wall, but the door was still shut. I stepped closer. It smelled like damp wood and rodent droppings. I unlatched the door and eased it open. The inside was dark and musty, but dry. There was a cot, broken in the middle, and an old desk with rusted hinges. The windows were clouded with dirt, but it was what I saw on the desk that made my stomach tighten. Piles of drawings, all pencil or charcoal. Some were crude, stick figures. Others were more detailed. Trees, trails, a fire, a trench, and in several of them, a small human shape drawn over and over. Always alone, always faceless, always standing near those stick poles. One of the drawings showed a map. Not detailed, but recognizable. It showed cut trail. It showed the spot where the cairn had been. It showed the cabin. And it showed several X's, places I hadn't visited yet. Maybe places I didn't want to. I stepped back from the desk. Whoever did this had been here. Maybe still was. I spent 6 years working as a backcountry ranger in the southern part of Wyoming, close to the Colorado border. The area I was assigned to was huge, mostly mountainous terrain with thick pine forests, deep ravines, and very few marked trails. Most visitors preferred the northern zones, places with groomed trails, well-kept campsites, and reliable water sources. My zone, on the other hand, was wild, untouched in some places. That's why I loved it. That's also why the strangest, most unsettling thing that ever happened to me happened right there. It was late September, a little before the seasonal snow started falling. I was on a routine 5-day patrol, hiking across some of the more remote stretches of my district. I was alone, as usual. The job required a specific mindset. You had to be okay with long stretches of isolation, physical labor, and just being alert without letting your imagination get the better of you. That last part was important. Day 1 and 2 of the patrol were uneventful. I had hiked roughly 15 miles in total, mostly checking on animal activity, documenting any signs of off-trail campers, and inspecting known water sources. I slept in a bivy sack under a rock ledge the first night and in a thicket beside a dry creek bed the second. It was cold at night, but not dangerously so. I'd done this enough times that I had my routine down to muscle memory. It was on day 3 that things took a turn. I was following a faint animal trail that paralleled an old firebreak road, overgrown and nearly invisible unless you knew what to look for. My plan was to cut east and check on an old wooden outpost near the ridge. It hadn't been in official use for years, but rangers still visited it once a season to make sure it wasn't falling apart or being used by squatters. I'd been there a few times before. It was a one-room structure built in the 1950s as a fire lookout. It sat just below the ridge line, hidden behind a row of scraggly pines. No power, no real insulation, just a cot and an old hand pump for water. It wasn't cozy, but made a good shelter when weather hit unexpectedly. I reached the outpost around 2 in the afternoon. The air had that damp, earthy smell, like rain had passed through recently, though I hadn't seen any sign of storm. As I approached the cabin, I paused to look at the ground. The dirt in front of the door had always been dusty and undisturbed the previous times I'd come. This time, I saw something different. Footprints. They weren't fresh, maybe a day or 2 old at most, but they didn't belong to an animal. These were boot prints, wide tread, probably men's hiking boots. They led to the cabin door and back away again, like someone had gone inside and left. That wasn't entirely unexpected. Hunters sometimes took shelter here, or lost hikers who happened to find it. But we'd had no alerts about missing persons, and it wasn't hunting season yet. I opened the door slowly. Inside, everything looked the same as I remembered it. The cot was still there. The small wooden table and chair hadn't moved. The water pump didn't work anymore, so there was no need to check it. There were a few rusty cans of beans and soup lined along the shelf, but that was all standard. What stood out to me was the smell. It was faint but present, like old sweat and cigarette smoke. It reminded me of military barracks or cheap motels. Not strong, but noticeable. Someone had definitely been inside, and not long ago. I checked the floor and walls more closely. There were a few cigarette butts in the corner, stomped flat into the wood. That wasn't allowed. No fires were permitted inside the old outposts. The risk was too high. I picked one up with a gloved hand and turned it over. It was a brand I recognized, something cheap, widely sold in gas stations. I stepped back outside and did a slow circle around the cabin, looking for signs that someone had camped nearby. Nothing. No fire ring, no trash, no signs of a tent or bedding. Whoever had been here had either just used the place to rest or was passing through. I made a note in my logbook and decided to stay the night there. The weather looked like it might turn, and I didn't want to be stuck in the open if rain or snow moved in unexpectedly. That night was when I felt the shift. It started small, just a sense that something wasn't right. I'm not the kind of person who spooks easily. The woods are full of sounds. Branches creak, animals move around, and wind makes all kinds of strange noises. But around midnight, I woke up to a very specific sound. Footsteps on gravel. the kind of sound boots make when walking slowly over crushed rock. The floor inside the cabin was wooden, so I knew it wasn't someone inside. I lay still and held my breath, listening. The sound was coming from just outside the front of the cabin, maybe 10 or 15 feet away. It wasn't an animal. I know the difference between a deer stepping through brush and a person walking. The footsteps stopped. I waited, straining to hear more. Then I caught another sound, very faint. The soft click of metal, like a carabiner or a buckle on a backpack being adjusted. I stayed perfectly still for another 20 minutes, just listening. I heard nothing more after that. No footsteps walking away. No sounds of retreat. Eventually, I eased out of my sleeping bag and stepped softly to the door. I opened a crack and looked out. Nothing. No one. Just darkness and the trees swaying in a breeze. I scanned with my flashlight. The beam picked up nothing unusual. No gear, no tracks, no person standing in the dark. I stepped out and did a slow circle around the cabin with my light, my bear spray ready in my other hand. Still nothing. I barely slept the rest of the night. The next morning, I checked the ground again. If someone had been there, they hadn't left any fresh tracks. The soil was hard-packed enough that it didn't take much to erase footprints. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had come around the cabin while I was sleeping. Maybe just a hiker. Maybe someone who saw the cabin and thought it was occupied and walked away. But why be quiet about it? Why not knock or speak up? It didn't make sense. I decided to cut my patrol short and hike down the long route back to the service road where my truck was parked. It would take most of the day, but I didn't feel comfortable staying another night out there, not with someone possibly lurking around. I packed up and left by 7 a.m., following an old game trail that would intersect with a ranger path a few miles east. 3 hours into the hike, I stopped for a break at a small clearing. As I was drinking water and checking my map, I noticed something strange tucked into the tree line, a small, broken-down tent, half collapsed. It was olive drab, the kind you'd find at an army surplus store. I walked over to it. The tent was empty. There was no sleeping bag, no personal gear, not even trash. But there were signs that had been used recently: flattened grass, an empty plastic bottle half buried in dirt, and a scorched patch of ground nearby where someone had lit a fire. The fire had been out for a while. Cold ashes, no smoke. I found something else next to the tent. A torn-up notebook. The pages were mostly ruined by water, but a few were still legible. They weren't official notes or a journal, just scribbled thoughts. One line stood out, written over and over on a few pages. Stay away from the ridge. I stared at the words for a long time. I didn't take the notebook with me. I photographed it, noted the GPS location, and kept going. I didn't want to be in that spot longer than necessary. The rest of the hike was quiet, but I kept checking behind me. I felt eyes on me the whole way. Maybe it was just paranoia, maybe not. I didn't see anyone, but I never quite felt alone. When I finally got back to my truck, I reported everything to the station. The cabin visit, the boot prints, the smell, the footsteps, the tent, and the notebook. I submitted the photos and gave them the GPS coordinates. A few days later, another ranger went to check the spot where I found the tent. It was gone. No trace of it. Even the scorched ground had been covered with pine needles and brush, like someone had cleaned up after themselves. That was the last we heard of it. No missing persons matched anything I'd seen. No new hikers came forward. We never got another report from that area. It just stopped. I still think about it. Sometimes I wonder if whoever was out there had been living off the grid. Maybe someone hiding from something. Maybe someone who didn't want me found. But the way they moved, the way they came to the cabin at night without saying a word, the fact that they took everything from the tent before the follow-up visit, it felt like someone who knew how to avoid being caught. After that patrol, I stayed away from that ridge. I still worked the area, but I avoided the outpost unless I absolutely had to go there. I never camped there again. Some people say the woods are peaceful. I agree, for the most part. But there are corners of the wilderness that don't feel like they belong to you. Places where the silence is too deep, the shadows fall the wrong way, and the trees seem to lean in just a little closer. That ridge outpost was one of those places. And I don't plan on ever going back. I've worked as a park ranger for a long time, most of it in the high desert country of the Southwest. Places where time feels slower, quieter. Places where the wind wears down stone and old mining roads vanish under the sand in a matter of years. Over time, you start to get a feel for the land. You learn its patterns, its seasons, even its silences. That's why, when something breaks that rhythm, something that doesn't sit right, you don't forget it. This happened back in 2013 when I was stationed out of a regional management post that oversaw a handful of parks, trails, and old mining tracts in a remote part of southern Utah. The area we covered wasn't anything flashy. No huge tourist draw. Mostly dry country, juniper, sagebrush, endless rock formations, and some long-forgotten roads that hadn't seen traffic in decades. There's a specific spot. Locals call it the Sandstone Cut. It's not on any major hiking maps, and we don't recommend people go there. It used to be a shortcut through a series of tall, jagged rock formations, like a narrow natural alley between two cliffs. Back in the 1920s and 30s, miners blasted part of it out to fit vehicles. But the work was sloppy. Over time, there were landslides, rock falls, and eventually the access road was decommissioned. Even after that, hunters and off-roaders would occasionally try to sneak through. We'd find tire marks now and then, but it was rare. The cut itself was about a mile long, twisted and narrow, hemmed in by sheer rock walls maybe 80 feet high in some places. There were blind corners, washouts, and more than one spot where rock had collapsed and created uneven passageways. I didn't like that place. I didn't like walking it, even in daylight. Something about the way sound moved, or didn't move, always got to me. You could be 20 steps in, and it would feel like your ears were stuffed with cotton. No wind, no echo, dead air. I've been down that stretch maybe 5 times in all my years there, mostly for check-ins or to clean up after dump tourists. So it caught my attention one morning in early May when a hiker came into our office and said he thought he'd heard gunshots echoing from the cliffs near the cut. Not one or two. He said it sounded like a whole bunch, fired fast, like a firefight. Then silence. No screams. No movement. He wasn't sure, but he didn't stick around to find out. Normally, I'd chalk it up to someone exaggerating, but he didn't seem like the dramatic type. Middle-aged guy, professional camera equipment in his pack, and he seemed genuinely spooked. Said he hadn't seen anyone around, just heard the echoes and got out. What got me was how he kept asking if there was a shooting range nearby or some private land. There wasn't. Not for 20 miles in any direction. The whole area around the cut was BLM land. No ranches, no homesteads. Still, it wasn't enough to justify a big search. I decided I'd take a drive out, bring the quad, and walk through the cut, just to be sure. We had a trail camera mounted on the west entrance to the cut, mostly to catch illegal off-roading. I figured I'd check the SD card, walk the stretch, see if there were shell casings, boot prints, anything. The drive took me about an hour. The roads out there are more like suggestions carved into sand and loose stone. While I got close, I offloaded the quad and drove the last 2 miles in. The air was still clear. I remember how bright it was. The sun had already started baking the red rock, and the ground shimmered with heat even before noon. When I reached the camera, I unlocked the metal housing and swapped the card out. No sign of vandalism, no damage. I pocketed the card and made a note to check it back at the station. Then I stood there for a moment, looking into the cut. It never looked right to me. The entrance wasn't dramatic, just a narrowing of the 2 sandstone walls, but the shadows were deep. You couldn't see more than 30 feet in. The light just dropped off. I scanned for recent footprints. Nothing fresh. The wind might have erased some, but I was hoping to see boot treads or tire marks. I found nothing. I stepped in. The temperature dropped noticeably once I passed the threshold. The air changed immediately, still and heavy. The deeper I walked, the more muffled everything became. Even the crunch of my own boots felt deadened. That part never stopped bothering me. I had my radio, my field bag, a basic first aid kit, and a sidearm. Nothing fancy. I marked my steps, took photos at regular intervals, and kept an eye out for anything strange, bullet casings, broken branches, blood, litter, anything. After about 15 minutes, I passed a bend where the path doglegged sharply to the right. I paused. There was something on the ground, a dark spot. I moved closer, crouched. It was old blood, dried, maybe a week or two old, soaked into the dusty gravel. There wasn't much of it, maybe a dinner plate-sized patch, but it was definitely blood. I stepped back, alert now. The spot was off-center, near the wall. I circled the area slowly, scanning for more signs. About 10 feet farther up, I found 2 cigarette butts, both half-smoked, crushed under boot heels. Not fresh, but not ancient either. I took photos, bagged them in a plastic evidence pouch, and kept moving. 50 yards past that, I found something worse. There was a tarp, half covered by loose rock and dust. It had collapsed partially into a narrow gully along the wall of the cut. I moved slowly toward it, unsure what I'd find. I've uncovered bodies before, accidents, overdoses, even a suicide once. It never gets easier, but it wasn't a body. It was gear, a tent bag, a sleeping pad, and a duffel, all jammed under the tarp. None of it looked weathered. I pulled everything out one piece at a time. There was no ID, but the duffel had spare clothes, a flashlight, some freeze-dried meals, and a small handheld radio. The battery was dead. Something about the gear arrangement bothered me. It looked stashed, not discarded. Hidden. That part's important. This wasn't stuff someone lost in a storm or forgot about. It was tucked away. I kept moving. At this point, I was about 2/3 through the cut. That's when I noticed something else. Small, rectangular pieces of paper wedged into a crevice in the rock wall. I pulled one out. It was a photo. A Polaroid. Faded from sun exposure, but clearly a picture of a man standing in front of a canyon wall. He was wearing desert camo and holding a scoped rifle. I checked the back. No writing. I looked again at the photo. The wall behind the man. It looked a lot like the western face of the cut. I flipped through the other Polaroids, all tucked deep into the same crack. 5 of them total. All featured the same man in different spots. Always armed, always alone. I stood there for a long minute, chewing that over. If someone was playing military LARP out here, that was one thing. But if someone was running illegal training exercises or hunting humans, that was another. The gear, the blood, the silence. It started to feel wrong in a deeper way. I turned to head back, deciding I'd report it and get a team to sweep the area. That's when I saw the mark on the wall. Scratched deep into the stone with something sharp, maybe a knife or a chisel, was a large arrow pointing down into the rock gully. Next to it, in crude lettering, was a single word, stay. I didn't like that. Not one bit. I made a decision right then. I'd finish walking the last bit of the cut, then get the hell out and report it up the chain. When I reached the far end of the cut, I saw more boot prints. Lots of them, all clustered in a mess of overlapping treads. They disappeared into the sand just outside the exit. No vehicle tracks, no tire impressions, just scattered prints, as if people had stood there waiting, then walked off in no particular direction. Back at the station, I reviewed the trail cam footage. Something strange happened 2 nights before the hiker came in. At 3:37 a.m., the motion sensor picked up a group of men entering the cut. 8 of them. They were in civilian clothing, but some had tactical vests and gear bags. They moved in tight formation. One man carried a small drone case. Another had a sidearm and a drop leg holster. They didn't look casual. The timestamp ran for 48 seconds before they disappeared into the shadows of the cut. The camera didn't pick up anyone exiting. That was the last activation the camera logged. I reported everything. Photos, trail cam, blood, the gear, Polaroids. I didn't hear much back for a while. Eventually, a federal agency, no name given, asked to see the footage and requested GPS coordinates for my finds. I sent them. 2 days later, I received instructions to leave the cut alone, officially closed due to hazardous erosion. That was the last I heard. A month later, I hiked out to the cut again, unofficially. The trail camera was gone. The wall with the arrow and stay had been scratched with sanded down. The blood was gone. The gear gone. The gully had been filled in with rock. It looked like nothing had ever happened. But I know what I saw. I know what I walked through. I don't think it was cartel, too organized, too careful. I don't think it was military, too off-book. But something happened out there. A training operation? A live exercise? Maybe something darker. I've since transferred to another region. Higher elevation, thicker woods. But I still think about the cut. I spent 13 years working for the National Park Service, mostly out west. Over that time, I saw a lot of strange things, but nothing ever stuck with me the way that one summer did in the north section of the Bridger Teton National Forest. It's a rugged stretch of wilderness, tucked near the Absaroka Range. That summer, I was stationed at a seasonal outpost near Granite Creek. The area draws the occasional backpacker or fisherman, but most tourists never even get close. There's no cell service for 50 miles in any direction, and the only real road is gravel and slow going. My job was to patrol the backcountry trails, check permits, monitor wildlife patterns, and keep an eye on illegal camps. Poachers were rare, but we were always told to stay alert for signs, gut piles, strange smoke patterns, untagged kills. Honestly, most of the time, it was just solo hikers stretching the rules or setting up camp too close to the river. Nothing serious, at least not until July of that year. I remember the heat wave hit around the second week. Day temperatures were stuck in the mid-90s, and the bugs were relentless. Even with my sleeves rolled down and bug spray soaked into my clothes, I'd come back from patrols with welts all over my neck and hands. I was hiking a lot of the deeper routes solo at the time. Our team was short-staffed, budget cuts, and all that, and I didn't mind the quiet. I like solitude. I still do. But solitude out there can turn on you fast. Around July 10th, I got a call over the radio from one of the fire towers near Pinnacle Butte. A hiker had reported seeing something strange, what he called a camp about 8 miles off the trail, deep in the bush north of Jackknife Creek. He'd gotten turned around and wandered onto a ridge looking for a shortcut back when he spotted a clearing with tarps and with smoke. He didn't go closer, just saw it from a distance. The tower ranger asked me to check it out since I was already patrolling the northern boundary that week. I didn't think much of it first. We'd had a couple road camps in the area over the years. Mostly vagrants, sometimes someone squatting out there. I figured I'd hike out, take a few photos, maybe drop a notice, and report it for follow-up. I packed light, 3 liters of water, MREs, map, GPS, flare, bear spray, standard kit. I also brought my field camera, a Nikon with zoom. The area wasn't on any marked trail, so I planned for 2 nights, one to get there, one to get back. I started early the next morning, leaving my outpost around 6 a.m. The route to the spot was steep and brushy, mostly ridge climbs and narrow valleys. No switchbacks, no footpaths. About 6 hours in, I reached the ridge where the hiker had reportedly seen the camp. The area was quiet, eerily quiet. No birds, no squirrels, not even flies. I scanned the distance with my binoculars. It took about 30 minutes, but I spotted something, a rectangle of blue, maybe a tarp, and a thin column of smoke, very faint. That meant someone was still out there. I marked the location on my map and started down the slope. It was slow going, deadfall everywhere, loose rocks, thorny brush. I made it about halfway down by dusk and set up camp on a flat spot under a dead pine. I didn't light a fire. No reason to draw attention. Slept light, with my knife near my chest and bear spray clipped to the inside of my sleeping bag. At first light, I broke camp and pushed on. I was about 3 miles from where I'd seen the smoke. The air was still, but it had that kind of charged feeling you get before a storm. I moved slow, scanning constantly. Around noon, I started seeing signs. Broken branches, fresh boot prints, not hiking boots either. Heavy soles, maybe military or work boots. Deep impressions too. Whoever was out here was either carrying a lot of weight or was a big guy. Then I noticed something else, strips of cloth. Camouflage. One caught on a branch, frayed at the edge, like it had torn off in a hurry. The ground leveled out near the bottom of the ridge, opening into a shallow basin with thick trees along the edge. I stayed low, using the trees as cover. I was maybe 150 yards from a smoke site now. That's when I heard it, chopping. Someone was splitting wood, slow and steady. I crouched behind a spruce and pulled out my field camera, using the zoom to get a better look. There was a shelter made of logs and branches. Not a tent, something built over time. Tarp on top, stacked firewood, even a crude fence made of sticks. I saw movement. A man, maybe mid-40s, shirtless, long beard, chopping wood with a small hatchet. He didn't look like a hiker or camper. His skin was leathery, burnt from the sun, and his pants were filthy, mud, stains, maybe blood. Couldn't tell. He stopped chopping, picked up a can, maybe beans, and walked into the shelter. I should have backed off right then and called it in. Standard protocol. But I was curious. This wasn't just a rogue camper. This looked permanent. Too permanent. I took a few photos, checked my map, then circled wide, giving his camp a wide berth as I looped around to find a better view. As I got closer to the backside of the shelter, I saw more signs, bones, small animal cages, traps. Some were sprung, others weren't. Then something that made my stomach turn. A deer skull tied to a post with what looked like shoelaces. Its jaw had been broken off and nailed into the tree trunk behind it. I moved back quickly and quietly, heart pounding. This wasn't just squatting, this was something else. Something worse. I hiked 2 miles out before I made camp that night, choosing a rocky rise with a good view in every direction. Still didn't light a fire. That night, I barely slept. Around 1 a.m., I heard movement in the brush below me. Could have been a deer, but it wasn't walking like one. It would stop, then move, then stop again. I held still for a full hour, gripping my knife and watching the tree lean. I never saw anything, but the sound stayed close. Eventually, it drifted away, and I dozed off in short bursts. Next morning, I started back toward the outpost. I was sore, hungry, and on edge. I kept looking behind me every few minutes. I wanted to be out of those woods. I pushed hard, 10 miles, rough terrain, and made it back just after sunset. I reported what I'd seen to my supervisor and gave him the photos. He looked through them quietly, didn't say much, just nodded and told me to get some rest. Said they'd escalated up the chain. 2 days later, I was told not to return to that area. No explanation, just a change in patrol schedule. That struck me as strange. We usually followed up on illegal camps quickly. But this one, nothing. No report. No follow-up. It disappeared from our logs. 3 weeks passed. I was moved south closer to the Snake River, and that weird camp drifted to the back of my mind. Until one morning in early August, when I woke up to find boot prints outside my cabin. Big ones. Same tread pattern I saw near the ridge. Not only that, but there were marks near the windows, scrape marks like someone had leaned something against the wall. Maybe a ladder. I didn't sleep that night. Next morning, I checked the woods behind my cabin. About 100 yards out, I found something hanging from a tree. Another deer skull, just like before. Jaw missing. Rope made of twisted plant fibers. No note. No tracks leading away. Just that. I radioed it in. Rangers came, took photos, made a report. Again, I was told not to worry. Could be a prank, they said. Kids messing around. But the look in their eyes said they knew more. I could see it. I wasn't the only one who'd seen something out there. End of the season came fast after that. I packed up and left early. I still work in forestry, but not as a ranger. I consult now, and I don't go into deep woods alone anymore. Not because of animals, not even because of poachers. It's the people who choose to live out there, away from everything. People who build camps with fences and hang bones like decorations. People who don't want to be found. To this day, I don't know who that man was. I don't know if he was living out there alone or if there were others. But I know this, he saw me. He knew I'd found his camp. And for at least one night, he was close. Closer than I'd ever want. That forest still keeps secrets. I don't think anyone ever took down that camp. I think it's still out there, somewhere on that ridge above Jackknife Creek. And whoever built it, whoever hung those skulls, they didn't want to be forgotten. They wanted to be seen. And I saw them. I've worked as a park ranger for over 12 years now, mostly in the Southwest, Arizona, Utah, bits of Nevada. I spent 5 of those years assigned to Grand Canyon National Park, specifically the North Rim. Most visitors never make it up that way. It's higher elevation, colder, less developed. In winter, it gets shut down almost completely due to snow and access problems. But that isolation is part of what I liked about it. It's quiet. Feels like real wilderness. Like you can hear the ground breathe. This story happened in late October of my second year on the North Rim. We were already in the transition period. Summer rangers had gone home, most of the tourists were gone, and snow was creeping down the Kaibab Plateau. During this stretch, those of us still around have extra duties. We check that the campsites are empty, clear out fire pits, and patrol some of the more remote trails to make sure nobody gets stranded or tries to tough out the winter. Occasionally, we find someone who didn't want to leave. Sometimes they're hunters who wandered in from outside the park boundary. Other times, they're squatters or people trying to disappear. That year, I was covering patrol solo because 2 other rangers had already transferred down to the South Rim. My assigned section was the area north and east of Whitforce Trail, mostly backcountry, with canyons, hidden springs, and old hunting routes from decades ago. There's a network of poorly marked trails out there, some official, most not. The forest is thick with ponderosa pine and aspen, and you can walk for hours without seeing another person, which is exactly what I did that day. I left the ranger station around 6:30 a.m. in my issued SUV. My plan was to park near the Old Cape final trailhead, then hike east toward a ridge known as Boulder Knoll. It's not marked on most visitor maps, not a real destination, but it's a place where hunters sometimes set up illegal blinds, so we're required to check it now and then. The hike out was normal. Cold air, lots of frost on the ground, no sign of human activity. I reached the ridgeline by mid-morning and stopped to take notes and snap some reference photos of old game trails. The place was quiet, like it usually is. I followed a dry wash down into a small basin after lunch. The sun barely reached the floor of it, even at midday. The shadows in that part of the forest seemed darker than they should have been. I remember thinking it was odd how quiet the birds had gotten. Even the squirrels weren't moving. That silence makes you start to pay attention to small things. You notice broken branches, disturbed dirt, boot prints. That's how I saw the first one, about halfway down the basin wall behind a cluster of boulders. A camp. It wasn't recent, but it wasn't ancient either. Probably 2 or 3 weeks old. There was a flattened tent, a pile of firewood, a rusted out steel coffee pot, and 2 tarps draped between trees. The fire ring was scattered, like someone had intentionally kicked it apart. At first I thought maybe it was an abandoned hunting camp, but something didn't sit right. No food wrappers, no water containers, no beer cans, nothing personal. Just basic shelter. I took pictures and GPS coordinates and then made my way around the site, careful not to disturb anything. That's when I noticed the tree. It was a big pine, thicker than a barrel. About head height, someone had nailed a metal hook into it, like what you'd hang a lantern or pack from. The metal was shiny, not weathered. Beneath it, there was a dark stain down the bark. Not sap, something else. It trailed downward into the dirt, where the soil had been disturbed. I didn't have a shovel, but I had my folding knife, and I used it to dig gently. Maybe 2 inches down, I hit bone. I froze for a second. I found animal remains before. Elk, deer, raccoons. But this bone didn't look like it came from an animal. It was thin, white-shaped wrong. Maybe a forearm. I covered it back up and marked the location with red flagging tape. We were told not to mess with potential human remains. That's for law enforcement. I backed out of the basin and radioed it in, but reception was weak and I couldn't get a response. The ridge blocked most signals out there. I'd have to hike a couple hours back to the vehicle before I could get a proper message out. I didn't like leaving the site, but I didn't have a choice. The hike back was slower. I kept looking over my shoulder. Every snapping branch, every gust of wind through the trees put me on edge. I don't spook easily, but there was something about that camp that made my neck itch. Something about how clean it had been. It felt like someone had lived there but wanted to erase themselves. Like they wanted to disappear completely. And that hook in the tree, I kept thinking about what could have hung there. I reached the SUV by sunset and finally got a signal strong enough to call dispatch. They told me to stay put and wait for a law enforcement ranger to arrive. It took a couple hours for him to reach me, and by then, it was full dark. He wasn't too happy about hiking out there in the dark, but policy is policy. We started the trek back with headlamps and flashlights. The forest looks different at night. Trees stretch taller, shadows move differently, and sound carries in strange ways. We were about halfway to the basin when we both heard something off to our right. Sounded like someone walking. Heavy, slow steps. Crunch, pause. Crunch, then silence. We stopped, waited. Flashlights didn't reveal anything, but both of us had our hands near our sidearms. We kept going a little faster now. When we got to the basin, everything had changed. The tarps were gone. The firewood too. The flattened tent had been dragged off, leaving a torn corner behind. The steel coffee pot was still there, but now it sat upright, clean like someone had rinsed it. The flagging tape I'd put on the tree was gone. Just gone. I led him to the tree anyway. The hook was still there, but the stain was mostly wiped off, smeared like someone had tried to scrub the bark. I dug down again in the same spot, even though I knew what I'd find. But I didn't find anything. No bone. No disturbed soil. Just pine needles and packed dirt. The ranger gave me a weird look, like he didn't quite believe me. I don't blame him. I took out my phone and showed him the photos I'd taken earlier. He looked at them, nodded slowly, and told me we'd return in the morning with a forensic team. We hiked out in silence. Neither of us mentioned the footsteps. The next morning, a small team came in with dogs and shovels. They canvassed the whole basin. Nothing. No human remains. No sign of recent activity. Not even a hook in the tree. They said there was no evidence it had ever been there. I showed them my photos again. They looked at them, asked if I was sure I'd been in that spot. I told them yes, absolutely. We marked the whole thing as an unconfirmed potential scene and filed it away. No remains, no personal items, no ID, no body, no crime. That's how these things go. Still, I couldn't let it go. Over the next few weeks, I went back out there 3 times. Never found a campsite again. The forest looked the same, but that specific basin seemed to vanish. I even hiked wider circles, looking for the right tree, the right slope. Nothing. Then came the prints. On my last visit out there, right after the first snow hit the higher ground, I found boot prints near the ridge above the basin. Not mine, not any ranger-issued tread. Wide, heavy prints. Too large for a normal hiker. They trailed through the snow and ended at a rocky ledge with a clear overlook. And then, nothing. No return path. No print going down. Just like someone stood there for a while looking out and then vanished. I didn't report that part. I probably should have. But by then, I knew what the response would be. Whether erase them, ranger confused, misread the tracks, all that. Eventually, winter shut down the north rim, and I got transferred down to Organ Pipe. Different terrain, different rhythm. But sometimes I still think about that place. I still have the photos saved on a drive, dated and marked. I've shown them to a few close friends, other rangers. They all say the same thing, weird, but probably explainable. Maybe a hunter cleaned up fast. Maybe I got the location wrong. Maybe, but I know what I saw. That hook was new. That stain was fresh. That bone was real. Somebody had been living out there, and they wanted to stay invisible. And when I stumbled onto their place, they came back, maybe just long enough to erase it. They didn't want to be found, and they were good at hiding. Too good. I don't go out there anymore. I requested permanent reassignment the next season. There are places in the parks that maps don't cover well. Places that don't want to be visited. Sometimes the land keeps secrets better than we can. And sometimes the people hiding in it know that better than anyone. I started working as a seasonal ranger at a state park in Washington back in 2009. It wasn't anything glamorous. My job was mostly clearing brush, checking trails, filing reports, and making sure campers stayed safe and didn't do anything stupid. I just turned 30 and was trying to figure out if I wanted to work my way into full-time forestry. I had a background in environmental science, and I thought the job would be peaceful, quiet. It usually was. The park covered more than 60,000 acres, most of it deep pine forest with trails carved in decades ago. Some of the trails were well maintained, but most were barely used, especially the ones that ran through the northern section, which was pretty rugged and not easy to access. That part of the forest had no lookout towers, no established campgrounds, and very few visitors. It was mostly untouched wilderness. One summer, around late July, we started getting some reports from hikers that felt a little off. Not dangerous, just odd. People said they heard loud movement in the woods. Not just regular wildlife, but what sounded like heavy running or crashing. One couple said they saw a person dart off into the trees when they approached a ridge overlook, but when they tried to follow, there was no trace. I chalked it up to overactive imaginations or some teenager trying to spook hikers. The woods can play tricks on you if you're not used to being out there. Still, our supervisor asked for someone to check out the far northwestern trails for signs of off-trail activity. I was the only one available that day. It was a Monday, and most of the park staff were either dealing with a flooding issue near the southern campgrounds or off duty. So I took a standard day pack: radio, GPS, some water, and food. I also brought a small camera to take photos if I found signs of vandalism or off-trail camps. I left the ranger station around 9 a.m. To reach the area I was supposed to check, I had to drive down an old service road for a while and then hike out on foot. The road was half overgrown and washed out in parts, so I parked my truck near a trailhead about 4 miles in and started walking from there. The hike was nice at first: cool air, plenty of shade, and no one around. I took my time, stopping to look at fresh tracks and wildflowers along the way. About 2 hours in, I reached the area the reports had come from. It was a mix of forest and rocky hills, with scattered clearings and some small streams that cut through. I didn't see anyone or anything unusual at first. I followed the main trail for a while, then checked some offshoots that weren't marked on the maps. I figured if someone was screwing around out here, they probably weren't sticking to the main paths. I found some broken branches near a ridge and what looked like an old campfire ring, though it was mostly just blackened stones and cold ash. Nothing recent. But about 30 minutes later, I found something that didn't sit right. I was walking along a deer trail that cut through thick brush when I saw what looked like a tarp through the trees. I pushed through and came out into a small clearing with flattened grass and trash scattered around. Someone had definitely camped there recently. The tarp was blue and old, pinned to the ground with rocks. Under it, I found a worn-out sleeping bag, some empty cans of beans, and a torn backpack with no ID. The weird part was how neat everything was. It looked abandoned, but nothing was buried or hidden, just left sitting out like someone meant to come back. I radioed the station and gave them the coordinates. They told me to take pictures and leave everything in place, just in case it was tied to something bigger. I did that, then looked around the area for more clues. About 20 yards from the tarp, I found something that stopped me cold. There was a little dugout spot in the dirt, not quite a hole, more like a shallow trench. Inside were several animal bones, cleaned and arranged in a pattern. Not piled, asterisk arranged star, like someone had taken the time to lay them in a circle with a row leading outward like spokes on a wheel. I'm no expert in animal remains, but these looked like they came from small mammals, raccoons or possums maybe. Some still had fur on them. I took a few pictures and backed away. It didn't feel right. Now, I've dealt with all sorts of weird stuff in the woods. Drunk campers, illegal hunting, even meth labs, but something about this setup made my skin crawl. It was too clean, too deliberate, and I hadn't seen a single person all day. I kept moving, deciding to make a wide loop back toward the trailhead. I figured I'd circle around and see if I spotted any more signs of recent activity. For a while, it was quiet again, just trees and wind. But around 3 p.m., I started getting that feeling, the kind you get when you know someone's watching. I stopped and looked around. Nothing moved, no sound except birds. But the feeling wouldn't go away. A few minutes later, I found something else. It was another campsite, even deeper in the woods, near a shallow creek. This one was older, with a collapsed tent and rusted cans, but there were signs someone had been through recently. New footprints in the mud, a clear trail from the tent down to the water. I followed it slowly, my hand near my belt in case I needed to grab my bear spray on my sidearm. At the water's edge, I saw more bones. This time they were in a different pattern, lined up in a single row, each one partially buried like little stakes. I took pictures again and marked the spot. My radio crackled with static, so I moved to higher ground to check in, but I couldn't get a clear signal. That happens out here sometimes, especially in the valleys. I decided it was time to head back. I'd seen enough, and the light was starting to shift. Shadows stretched fast in the woods. I made my way toward the last trail I'd crossed, which should have taken me back to the service road. But as I walked, I realized that the terrain didn't look right. I was following a path, but it wasn't the same one I'd come in on. The trees looked different, tighter, denser. I stopped and checked my GPS. Dead. It had full battery when I started the hike, but now it wouldn't turn on. I smacked it a few times. Nothing. I pulled out my compass. The needle spun, then settled, but the direction didn't match the map I'd brought. I wasn't panicking, not yet, but something was off. I'd been hiking for years. I knew how to navigate. Still, I trusted the compass and moved in what I thought was the right direction. The forest got thicker. Branches tore my sleeves. The path narrowed, then disappeared entirely. I was bushwhacking now, trying to keep a steady pace. I started to notice something strange. Every now and then, I'd spot markings on trees, horizontal cuts in the bark, spaced evenly, sometimes in pairs. Not natural. I'd seen similar marks before, used by hunters or surveyors, but these didn't make sense. No paint, just slashes. No tape or flags. I kept walking. The sun dipped behind a ridge and the woods turned gold, then gray. That's when I heard the first sound. Something big moving in the brush behind me. Not a deer, it was too heavy. I froze and listened. Whatever it was, it stopped when I stopped. I moved again. It moved. I changed direction. So did it. Now I was worried. I've run into bears before. They usually don't follow people like that. Cougars will sometimes stalk from a distance, but they're quiet. This thing was clumsy, loud, and it stayed just far enough back that I couldn't see it. I didn't run. I didn't want to trigger anything. I just kept walking, slowly, carefully. I gripped my spray and looked for a tree I could climb, just in case. It followed me for nearly an hour. The whole time, I couldn't get a visual, just a rustling and cracking of branches behind me. When I finally broke through the trees and saw the old logging road, I felt like I'd just escaped something. I never saw what it was. My truck was still a mile away. I jogged the whole way, checking over my shoulder every 30 seconds. I didn't see anything, but just before I reached the truck, I passed a patch of disturbed dirt, footprints. Human, barefoot, dozens of them, small and large. Some fresh, some old, leading in and out of the woods. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I turned in my report. They sent a search team out to check the area. Found both campsites, found the bones, found the footprint area. They never found a person. No fresh signs. No gear. Just silence. A few weeks later, I learned that a missing persons report had been filed for a guy who disappeared while solo hiking near that same section of the forest. His name was Ben Harlan, 32, no criminal record, good health. His car had been found abandoned at the edge of the park, keys inside. His last known GPS ping came from a few miles north of where I found that first tarp. They never found his body, never found any clothes, nothing. I worked 2 more seasons after that, but never went back to that part of the forest. I requested to stay in the southern and central zones only. No one ever questioned it. What I think, and I'll never prove it, but what I believe is that someone, maybe more than one person, was living out there. Off-grid, deep in those woods. Maybe for years. Hunting animals. Setting up strange little markers. Watching hikers. Maybe worse. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in cryptids or any of that garbage. But I do believe in people. And I know what people are capable of when no one's watching. That part of the forest was quiet for a long time after that. But some nights, I still think about the sound behind me in the trees. The barefoot tracks, the silence, and how I've worked as a park ranger for almost 18 years now. Most of it has been in the Mountain West, Utah, Wyoming, Colorado. But about 6 years ago, I transferred to the Pacific Northwest. I was looking for a change, something quieter but still remote, away from the tourist-heavy parks like Yellowstone or Arches. That's how I ended up in a small, lesser-known preserve nestled in the southern Cascades, right along the edge of a hydroelectric reservoir. The park isn't big by any means, just under 50,000 acres, but it's dense. The terrain is tangled with thick Douglas fir, red alder, and western hemlock. Most visitors stick to the main trails or the reservoir, but there are parts of it where you can go 2-3 days without seeing another person. That's the kind of place I've always preferred. This story happened in early October. Around that time, things usually start to quiet down, fewer families, fewer amateur hikers. Most of the traffic is either hunters or the occasional survivalist who likes to play off-grid. The weather had started to turn, with a chill in the wind and long shadows in the afternoon. It was the kind of quiet that can feel like a weight pressing down on you if you spend enough time alone out there. That week, I had been assigned a solo patrol to check on the northern boundary of the park. We'd been getting reports of illegal fishing in the reservoir, and my job was to hike out along the old logging roads and inspect some of the lesser-used trails that skirted the shoreline. Most of them weren't marked for visitors anymore, but they were still technically part of our land. We had found some makeshift camps out there the year before, and once a rusted-out truck hidden behind a berm, stripped clean. People dump strange things in remote places. I set out early on a Monday. I parked the truck near the Fire Road gate and hiked in about 6 miles to reach the shoreline. The air had that crisp, damp smell that you only get in the Northwest. Wet earth, moss, and wood slowly rotting under the canopy. I had a basic pack with food and supplies, a radio, my GPS, and a Ruger revolver. We're not law enforcement, but policy says we're allowed to carry in certain conditions. I've never had to use it, but you hear enough stories about backcountry meth cookers and paranoid squatters that you don't question the rule. By early afternoon, I made it to a spot we called Long Reach. It's an old bend of the reservoir where the water pushes inland and forms a kind of finger into the trees. It's hard to see from the main trails or the ridge above, so it's a prime spot for illegal stuff. When the water level is low, you can walk the exposed gravel bed all the way around. But that week, the reservoir was full from the early rains. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. Not just calm, silent. No wind, no birds, no squirrel chatter. Just the sound of my own boots on damp earth and the soft lap of water against the edge. That silence, especially after years in the field, is something you learn to pay attention to. It usually means something's off. Sometimes it's just a big predator nearby, a cougar or a black bear. Other times it's something less natural. Humans, people who don't want to be seen, tend to move like ghosts, and even the animals know to keep quiet. I walked the edge of the waterline looking for signs. For a while, there was nothing, just tree stumps and old driftwood bleached white from the sun. Then I saw it, a tarp. It was olive drab, partially buried under fallen branches and leaves. From a distance, it looked like it had been there for a while. But as I got closer, I saw the folds were still sharp. No dirt caked into the creases. Someone had stashed it there recently. I knelt and pulled it back. Underneath were a few things, a pair of cheap rubber boots, an old army-style rucksack, and 2 sealed plastic jugs, the kind people use to store water or gas. They were full, but not with anything clear. The liquid inside was brownish, almost the color of old engine oil. I didn't open them. I didn't need to. I'd seen enough homemade fuel containers and backwoods setups to know that someone was using this spot as a supply stash. Maybe they were running fish traps in the inlet. Maybe it was something worse. I logged the coordinates in my GPS, marked the tarp with a piece of biodegradable tape, and started to sweep the nearby area for more signs. About 200 feet inland, I found the remains of a fire pit. Someone had dug it shallow, lined it with rocks, and covered it with moss and leaves. Sloppy work. There were bones too, small ones. Rabbit, maybe. Could have been a trapper. Could have been something else. I decided to hike the ridge above Long Reach before sunset, just to see if there was a clearer view from the higher ground. That whole section of the park is an old cut zone. Back in the 70s, logging crews carved rough roads through the hills, which have since overgrown with alder and vine maple. As I moved higher up the ridge, I caught a whiff of something faint, sour, chemical. Not strong, but just enough to raise the hairs on my neck. It reminded me of stale ammonia or the smell that lingers after someone lights fireworks in an enclosed space. I kept climbing, following the scent. That's when I saw the hose. It ran out from under a patch of brush and disappeared down the slope. It was black plastic, maybe an inch in diameter, coiled like a snake and pinned under a piece of wood. It was clearly intentional. I followed it downhill for maybe 40 yards until I reached a small, flat clearing tucked into the side of the ridge. There, half buried under a camouflaged net, was a plastic container, blue, 20-gallon size, and next to it, a 5-gallon bucket lined with something like insulation. There were wires, battery packs, tubing, and empty canisters scattered around. It was a crude lab, probably meth, possibly something else. I'd seen photos of setups like that during training, but never stumbled across one in person. The chemical smell was stronger now. My eyes burned. I backed out slowly took out my radio, and tried to call it in. Nothing. Just static. It happens sometimes in the hills. Too much granite. Too many layers of canopy. I tried again. Still nothing. That meant I had to backtrack at least 2 miles before I could get a signal out to dispatch. I wasn't comfortable staying near the site, but I also didn't want to leave it unsecured. I made a call in my head to hike to a spot I knew with a clearer line of sight to the tower. If I hurried, I could reach it by twilight. I started moving fast. Maybe 15 minutes into the hike back, I heard something behind me. A crack like a branch underfoot, maybe 30 yards back. I stopped, turned, listened. Nothing. I waited, holding my breath. The wind had picked up a little, but it wasn't strong enough to explain the noise. I started walking again, slower this time, more deliberate. I kept one hand in my holster. Then another sound, this time closer. Not a footstep, but something brushing against the undergrowth. I dropped to a crouch and scanned the tree line. I couldn't see anything, but the feeling was there. That same weight I'd felt earlier by the water. I stood still for a long time. Eventually, I moved. Not fast, not panicked, just steady. I reached the overlook by dusk. My radio finally picked up a signal, and I called it in. The nearest law enforcement team was over 2 hours out, and they told me to hold my position until they arrived. I gave them coordinates, described what I saw, and was told to stay put. Normally, that wouldn't be a problem, but something didn't sit right. I felt exposed, like someone had seen me, followed me. I scanned the tree line with my binoculars, but there was no movement. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. The officers showed up a little after 10 that night. 2 local sheriff's deputies, both in tactical gear. I guided them to the lab site, and they secured the area. One of them stayed with me, while the other went down to take photos and collect samples. After maybe 15 minutes, he came back up, said the gear had been dismantled. All of it. Like someone had packed up while I was hiking out. But I knew what I saw. We all did. The lab was gone, but the tarp, the jugs, the boots, those were still there. Someone had only taken the chemical gear. They'd moved fast and silent. They must have been close when I first found it. Might have been watching the whole time. A full sweep of the area the next day turned up a few more signs. A small tent site near the ridge, boot prints, even a few cigarette butts. But no one was found. No arrests were made. The case was logged as inconclusive, and we were told to report any more signs. After that, I didn't patrol alone for a while. I requested team assignments. Never said why, but I started carrying more than just a revolver. A flare, a motion alarm, a survival beacon. Overkill, maybe, but out there, miles from the nearest road, with shadows that move like they have weight, you don't take chances. I still think about that sound behind me, the way the lab vanished, the silence of the woods before it all. And I wonder if someone had been living out there longer than we realized. Watching, waiting. The only thing I know for sure is this. The wild doesn't care who you are. It doesn't care what you believe, how much training you've had, or how tough you think you are. When you're out there, it belongs to someone else. And sometimes, that someone isn't a bear or a cougar or even a person you can see. Sometimes, it's just the eyes that stay hidden, the sound that follows, and the tracks that never show up on any map. I stayed another 3 years in that park, but I never went back to Long Reach. Not even once. I've been a park ranger for over 20 years, and I've worked in everything from desert reserves to remote alpine parks. But nothing got under my skin the way the ridge near Firewatch Post 13 did. There was nothing mystical about it. No ghost stories. No glowing lights. Just a piece of land that made my skin crawl for reasons I couldn't explain until much later. This happened in the early summer of 2013. I was stationed at a mid-sized park in the Pacific Northwest. A mix of dense temperate rainforest, cliffs, glacial streams, and a few old logging roads that had grown over decades ago. Most of the public trails kept to the southern side of the park, closer to the main road and ranger station. But the northern boundary ran up into steep ridges and deep valleys, and only a few old fire roads cut through that side. Post 13 was perched up there, just below a jagged rock formation everyone just called the Wedge. It looked like some kind of geological knife sticking out of the ridge. That tower was mainly for monitoring lightning strikes during dry season and keeping an eye out for illegal campfires. Almost no one hiked up there because it wasn't officially open to the public anymore. Too many landslides, too steep, and the access road had been blocked off since the mid-90s. For whatever reason, that week, I was assigned a 4-day solo rotation to Post 13. Our normal watchman had gone out with a back injury, and the park was stretched thin due to fire risk in the southern zone. I've been up there before, but only for brief checks, never stayed overnight. I remember throwing my gear into the back of the pickup, along with a week's worth of rations, tools, and a beat-up old radio. The drive up took nearly 2 hours. The last few miles, the road had narrowed down to little more than 2 tire ruts through dense brush and alder. The final half mile, I had to park the truck and hike the rest of the way in with my pack. The tower itself was solid, built in the 60s. Concrete footers, steel supports, elevated with a good view of 3 valleys. It wasn't falling apart or anything, just remote. The inside had a cot, small desk, propane stove, old observation maps, and the usual safety equipment. Nothing fancy. You could feel the wind shake the structure slightly when it gusted. That first night was uneventful. I logged the sky as clear, checked wind direction, scanned the horizon, and called in my routine report on the shortwave. I cooked up a pouch of freeze-dried chicken stew and went to bed early. It was the second day things started to feel off. I got up with the sun, brewed coffee, and stepped out onto the small wraparound deck that circled the top of the tower. The morning was crisp and cold. The fog still hung thick in the valleys, moving in slow rivers between the trees. I pulled up my binoculars and swept across the ridges. I saw a dark shape near the base of a slope to the northwest. At first I thought it was a fallen tree, but the shape was too square. I adjusted focus and realized it was an old SUV, maybe a 90s model, half sunk into a ditch just off the old fire road. It was partly covered by moss and leaf litter. I didn't remember seeing it on my way in. I figured it had been there for years, abandoned. That area was technically off limits, but I made a mental note to hike down and take a closer look when the weather warmed up a bit. The rest of the day was quiet, though I couldn't shake the unease I felt looking toward that spot. The slope was steep and forested, no trails nearby. Whoever had taken that SUV up there either knew the area well or had gotten themselves badly lost. Later that afternoon, I packed my day bag and started the hike down. I didn't tell anyone on the radio. I knew I was supposed to log every off-tower movement, but I figured it would just be a quick inspection. From a tower to the crash site was about a 40-minute descent, maybe less if I bushwhacked straight through the fir and spruce instead of following the old road's curve. The deeper I went, the thicker the trees became. Old growth, gnarled roots, fallen trunks, slick with moisture. When I got to the site, I saw that the SUV was in worse shape than I thought. Moss had climbed halfway up the tires. The front was crushed inward against a large rock, but the doors were intact. No shattered windows. No visible signs of fire or impact marks from another vehicle. One of the back windows had a decal, a faded peace sign, and a barely legible bumper sticker about trout fishing. I tried the handle. The driver's side door creaked open. Inside, it was damp but undisturbed. No sign of animals nesting in it. There were old wrappers in the cup holders, a blanket on the back seat, and a mildewed backpack in the floorboard. I opened the pack. Inside were 2 shirts, an unopened bottle of ibuprofen, and a pair of socks in a Ziploc. In the side pocket, there was a plastic license sleeve with a water-warped driver's license inside. It was a man named Darren G., from a town about 150 miles southeast. The expiration date said 2003. I checked the glove compartment, found an old registration card that matched. A full decade ago. I stood there for a minute, just staring at it. I hadn't heard any mention of a missing person or car up in this part of the park. But then again, this part of the woods was rarely checked. I climbed back up to the tower with a sense of unease twisting in my gut. That night, a storm moved in. Rain tapped against the tower windows, and wind battered the walls. The whole structure creaked like a ship at sea. I didn't sleep much. Kept waking up at odd hours, half expecting to hear something outside. But all I heard was the weather. The third day was when it really started to unravel. I woke up late. The light was gray and flat, and the whole valley looked bleached from the storm. I checked the radio. Static. I tried switching channels. Nothing. That happened sometimes in storms, especially up near the wedge where the cliffs could block signal, but this felt different. Even the emergency channel was dead. I climbed up to the roof hatch and tried extending the antenna manually. The cable was intact, no visible damage. Still nothing. I looked out toward the spot where the SUV had been. Something had changed. It wasn't there anymore. I raised my binoculars. I was certain of the exact location, 2 slopes over, near the bend in the old road, by the 3 tall firs growing out of the same stump. But the SUV was gone. No tire marks. No indentations in the moss. Just empty brush. I told myself I must have misjudged the spot. Maybe it was a trick of the light or angle. I scanned around. No sign of it. Still, it gnawed at me. I spent the next hour triple-checking every landmark in the area. Nothing. I even marked the area on one of the laminated grid maps and matched it with the GPS unit we use for navigation. Around 4 p.m., I caught sight of something else. What looked like a fire ring far down in the canyon where camping wasn't allowed. I zoomed in with the binoculars. Stones in a circle, black in center. I couldn't tell if it was fresh. I couldn't see any people, no gear, no tent. Just the remains of a fire. I stared at it for several minutes, then marked its position. I debated heading down again, but the day was already slipping. I have maybe an hour of light left by the time I reached it, and the climb back up would be dangerous in the dark. I decided to wait until morning. That night was worse than the one before. I kept thinking about the SUV. I tried to convince myself that maybe I'd just imagined seeing it in the first place. But then I remembered the backpack, the ID, the blanket. I'd touched them. I carried the pack up with me. It was sitting in the corner of the tower. I got up and opened it again. Everything was the same. The ID still said Darren. The date still said 2003. I looked through the pages of a notebook inside. Just a few scribbled notes about trailheads and fishing spots. Nothing sinister. I couldn't sleep. The wind wasn't strong that night, but I kept hearing sounds. Not voices or anything like that. Just movement. Snapping twigs. Something shifting in the underbrush far below. The kind of sounds that usually mean animals, but I couldn't shake the tension in my shoulders. On the 4th morning, I got up at first light, packed light, and headed straight down to the fire ring. It took me longer than I expected. The slope was slick with runoff from the storm, and several fallen logs blocked my route. I finally reached the spot around 8:30 a.m. The fire was recent. The ash was still soft, and the stones still warm on their sun-facing sides. Someone had been there in the past 24 hours. But again, no gear, no food wrappers, no boot prints I could follow clearly. Just a faint trail through the grass where someone may have walked, or a deer for all I could tell. As I stood there, I saw movement up on the ridge, far off, near the wedge. A person, I thought. Tall, upright, wearing dark clothing, but I couldn't make out much else. Just a silhouette moving across the tree-line. No pack, no gear, just walking. I watched until they disappeared behind a rock face. I climbed back to the tower slowly. The radio was still dead. I tried using the emergency flare kit, but the smoke signal didn't catch. The igniter pack must have been waterlogged from storage. I started writing everything down in a logbook. Every detail, the SUV, the fire, the person, the missing signal. I didn't want to forget anything or doubt myself later. That evening, I've been a park ranger for over 15 years now, and I've worked across 6 different parks, state and national, mountainous and flat, desert and forest. Most of the job is routine. Trail maintenance, wildlife monitoring, checking permits, responding to the odd emergency call here and there. Sometimes it's heat stroke, sometimes it's a fall. Once in a while, someone gets lost and we help bring them back. It's not glamorous, but I never minded the peace. I like being out there, being surrounded by trees, cliffs, running water, birds. You get used to your own company. But there's one incident I always think about when I'm out alone, especially when I'm in deep, quiet areas without another person in sight. It happened about 4 years ago in a part of the park that didn't get a lot of traffic, Creek Trail, we called it, though technically it wasn't even a real trail. It was more of a path used by the old fire crews decades ago, that followed a narrow creek, cutting through a ravine on the far west side of the park. This trail wasn't marked on the visitor maps. There were no signs leading to it. It wasn't meant for tourists, not because it was unsafe or haunted or anything like that, but because it just wasn't maintained or needed. I only went out there once or twice a year, usually when we did full perimeter inspections or checked trail cams. It took over an hour on ATV just to reach the access point, and from there, another hour or so on foot to follow the old path up to the ridgeline. That whole section, about 4 square miles, was isolated. No cell service. If anything went wrong out there, it was on you. The last time I went out there was early October, right after the first cold snap of the season. It was a Tuesday. I remember that because my weekend had just ended. I had done a double shift on Sunday and was still tired, but duty's duty. We had gotten some reports from nearby residents about gunshots or popping noises heard at night around the back end of the park. The back end, meaning the western ravine and the unmarked creek. Probably nothing, but since it was close to deer season and the area had seen poaching before, I was told to check it out. I packed light, took my field backpack with a basic first aid kit, radio, GPS, though it wouldn't work in the ravine, and a sidearm, standard issue, mostly for bears or mountain lions, though I'd never had to draw it before. I took the ATV as far as I could, parked it under some brush near an old maintenance outpost, basically just a rotted shack that had collapsed years ago, and began the hike up the path. The first mile or so was uneventful. Cold air, a bit of mist hanging over the creek. The trees, mostly pines and some sycamores closer to the water, had dropped a good amount of leaves. The soil was wet but not too muddy, which made the hike easier. I followed the creek upstream, eyes scanning the slopes for anything unusual. Poachers leave signs if you know what to look for. Broken branches, cartridge casings, tire ruts from an illegal ATV, or even bait stations. But I didn't see any of that. About halfway in, I came across something strange. On the right side of the trail, maybe 10 feet up the slope, there was a cluster of sticks and branches. At first glance, it looked natural. Maybe wind or runoff had gathered them. But as I looked closer, I could see they were stacked deliberately. Not just in a pile, but leaned together like a rough teepee structure. About 4 feet tall. Fresh too, no moss, no rot. Now, I've come across plenty of makeshift shelters in my time. Homeless folks, survivalists, even kids just messing around. But this wasn't a shelter. It was too small, too exposed. No fire pit, no sign of human scent. No wrappers, no footprint, no compressed dirt where someone might have sat or stood nearby. Just that one little structure. I took a photo, marked the coordinates, and moved on. Figure it could be anything. Maybe a bored hiker from months back, or someone trying to practice bushcraft. Still, something about it put me on edge. It felt too recent, too out of place. Another 20 minutes of walking, and I reached the narrowest point of the ravine. Here, the creek cuts into the rock, about 5 feet across and 2 feet deep. There's a natural stone shelf on one side that make for easy walking, but the other side is just a steep wall. I usually stop here and turn around, but I figured I'd follow the creek up another quarter mile, just to be thorough. About 100 feet further upstream, I spotted something else. There was a piece of blue nylon hanging from a low branch, like the corner of a tarp or tent. I crossed the creek to check it out. It was a campsite but abandoned. The tent was collapsed, half covered in leaves. A small fire ring had been built nearby, with some charred wood still inside. But what caught my eye was the cooler. It was tipped on its side, with its lid open and contents dumped. There were food wrappers scattered around, and a spoon stuck in a cracked can of beans. This camp wasn't old. A week, maybe less. The odd part was, everything had been left behind. No sleeping bag, no gear packed up. Just a mess, like someone had run off mid-meal. I circled the site, looked for tracks, but the leaves and recent rain had covered up any footprints. Still, it looked like someone had been living here, probably illegally, for a few nights at least. The nearest legal campground was 8 miles east. Whoever stayed here had come out deep. I took more photos, noted the location, and radioed it in, though I didn't expect anyone to hear it until I got back near the ATV. Just procedure. I decided to do one more sweep uphill toward a spot where the trees cleared out a bit. Maybe the camper had headed that way. Maybe they left something else behind. As I climbed, I noticed the forest getting quiet. That happens sometimes. Cold air, time of day, maybe a hawk nearby. But it was too quiet. No squirrels, no birds. Just the sound of the wind shifting the branches. I don't spook easy, but I felt watched. Not paranoid, just observed. Like something was ahead of me and didn't want to be seen. I reached the clearing, a flat patch surrounded by thick brush. More signs there. Boot prints this time, faint but visible where the soil was exposed. Big boots, wider than mine, which were already size 11s. Heavy tread. Not a hiker's boot either. These looked industrial, like the kind loggers or oil riggers wear. I followed them about 20 feet before they stopped cold. No turnaround, no signs of departure. Just ended. I spent a good 5 minutes trying to figure out if I'd missed something, but there was nothing. No broken brush, no disturbance on the slope leading up. It was like the person had just vanished. I don't jump to conclusions. I've seen tracks disappear before when someone walks on rock or into a stream. But this wasn't that. This was dirt, and the direction led into thick brambles. If someone had forced their way in, they'd have left a trail. I was getting that gut feeling again, the one I've learned not to ignore. I turned around to head back. On the way, I passed the abandoned camp again, and that's when I noticed the tree. There was a fresh cut on its trunk, not from a saw, but a knife or blade. Someone had carved a circle with a line through it. Nothing too strange, except it hadn't been there on my first pass. I would have seen it. I'm trained to notice details like that. That tree was right next to the trail. It meant someone had been nearby, watching, maybe even following. I didn't stop again after that. I got back to the ATV by early afternoon and rode straight to the station. We filed a report, sent a team the next day to check it out. They found a campsite, the stick structure, and the boot prints, but nothing else. No people, no gear, no sign of movement in or out of the area. We checked trail cams and found nothing. It was like whoever had been there had slipped in and out without a trace. A week later, we got a call from a rancher on the edge of the park. His dog had gone missing, and he'd found strange tracks near his property, same boot prints. Deep, wide, spaced far apart like the person was running or walking with force. The tracks led up to his fence and then disappeared. I never got a name or face for whoever was out there. Maybe it was a squatter. Maybe it was someone on the run, hiding out deep in the park. Maybe it was someone testing how far they could push before being noticed. But they knew the area. They moved without leaving scent trails, without being seen. They watched me from somewhere up on that ridge and left a mark on that tree just to let me know. I never went back to that ravine. We locked off the access path and stopped listing it on our maintenance maps. Budget cuts made it easy to forget. But I haven't forgotten. Sometimes when I camp alone in the park, I still think about that stick structure, that carved circle, and the sound of absolute silence pressing down on me like a hand. Because out there, in that place where even birds don't sing, someone was waiting. Not lost, not scared, just watching. And that was enough to remind me that not every thread in the wild has claws or teeth. Some of them wear boots. I've been a park ranger for nearly 17 years. Most of the time, the work is slow and peaceful. You walk trails, check on campsites, clear down trees, help folks with directions or permits, and maybe once in a while you deal with rowdy campers or drunk weekenders. It's a quiet job, a good job, really. You stay close to nature, you move your body every day, and you get to see the best of the world when most folks are staring at a screen. But I've also seen the worst. This happened in north central Washington, up in the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest. That's a vast stretch of land. Millions of acres, some of it dense pine, some alpine ridges, some just remote as hell. The kind of place where if someone doesn't want to be found, they won't be. We patrol the area in sections, usually solo. You drive out to a trailhead, hiking to check a primitive site or hunting cabin, maybe spend a night or two, then hike back and radio in your report. This started late September, right at the tail end of the busy season. Temperatures were already dropping hard at night, and the first dusting of snow had hit some of the higher elevations. I had been assigned a routine loop that involved 3 backcountry cabins, Old log structures originally built in the 1920s and now maintained by the Forest Service as emergency shelters. They're spaced out over a 20-mile stretch of hard-to-reach land, connected by trails that aren't marked on any general maps. They're not open to the public. We mainly use them for shelter when patrolling deep sections or if we're tracking something or someone. Sometimes we find that hunters or squatters get into them, but that's rare. I parked my rig at the southernmost trailhead just after sunrise. I had my pack, my gear, a few days worth of supplies, and a weather radio. No cell service out here. You're on your own. The plan was to do the full loop, start at Dewey Cabin, hike to Ramsey Cabin the next day, and finish at Tin Cup Shelter before circling back around. I'd be out for 4 days, possibly 5 if snow fell higher up. The first day was uneventful. Weather was cool, but clear. No one on the trail. I made it to Dewey by early afternoon. The place was clean, still locked up from the last patrol. No signs of forced entry. I checked the cache, noted down rodent activity, swept the floor, and cooked a meal on my small gas burner. I always sleep light in those places, even though they're safe. Too many creaks and groans from the wind pushing through the old timber walls. The second day, I set out early and made my way northward. The trail to Ramsey Cabin is steep and slow going. You lose and gain elevation fast, and parts of it are washed out or littered with blowdown. I reached a saddle between 2 ridge lines and paused to drink some water. That's when I saw something that didn't belong. Across the narrow valley, probably 300 yards away, I spotted movement. Something dark against the yellowing larches. I crouched and used my binoculars. It was a man. He was standing near a large boulder just off the tree line. He wasn't moving, just standing there. At that distance, I couldn't make out details, clothes, face, gear, nothing. But he wasn't waving or walking or doing anything you'd expect someone to do in that kind of situation. He was facing toward me, but again, he didn't move. I waited for almost 5 minutes, watching. He never took a step. I waved my arm, slowly. No reaction. Then I watched him simply turn around and step into the trees. That was it. I sat there another 5 minutes, then 10. My ranger training teaches you not to jump at shadows and not to go chasing things without cause. It's easy to get twisted around in that kind of terrain. But I marked the position on my topo map and continued on. I figured maybe it was a hunter, maybe someone who got off trail. Odd, but not alarming. I reached Ramsey Cabin late that afternoon. The place was in worse shape than Dewey. Broken latch on the rear window. Would rot in the eaves. Animal scat in one corner. I cleaned it up and wrote my notes. No signs of human occupation. No cigarette butts. No food wrappers. No firewood stacked. But I kept thinking about the man I'd seen earlier. That night, I stayed awake longer than usual. Not out of fear, just a sense that something wasn't sitting right. Around 1 a.m., I stepped out to relieve myself and stood quietly under the trees. No moon that night, just stars, crisp air, total silence. That's when I heard a branch snap in the woods to the east. It was close, not an animal, too heavy. I froze and listened, but nothing followed. I didn't move. I just stood there for a long time, hand on the bear spray clipped to my belt. Finally, I went back inside, bolted the door, and didn't sleep much. In the morning, I walked a perimeter around the cabin, checking for tracks. I found nothing clear, just some scuffed pine needles and a rock that looked like it had been turned over. Could have been anything. I packed up and continued to Tin Cup Shelter. That leg of the trail was the worst. Steep, exposed, full of erosion and loose scree. I had to cross a glacial stream that was running higher than I expected. Water came up to my knees and soaked my pants, even though I used my trekking poles to brace. It took an hour longer than expected to reach the shelter. When I got there, something fell off right away. Tin Cup is the oldest of the 3 cabins. Small, dark inside, built partially into the slope of a hill. It has one little window facing west and a dirt floor in the back corner. I noticed the door was already unlatched, swinging slightly in the breeze. My stomach sank a little. That's not how we leave these places. I approached slowly, hand on my flashlight. Inside, the smell hit me first, sweat, old urine, and something else. Metal, maybe. I stepped in and did a full sweep. Someone had been living there. That much was obvious. There were signs of a fire inside the rock stove. Ash not more than a few days old. A dirty blanket in one corner, and in the middle of the room, a plastic grocery bag full of empty cans, tuna, beans, and Vienna sausages. No labels. Peeled off. That was strange. Most disturbing, though, was what I found under the bunk. About a dozen torn pages from what looked like a notebook. They were smeared with dirt, and some of them had writing. But the words were strange. Not nonsense, but just off. Repetitive. The same phrases again and again. Stay north. He sees through trees. Can't sleep. And no sun left. I flipped through each one. Same scrawled hand. None of it made sense. I backed out, left everything as is, and stepped 50 yards away to set up my own camp. I wasn't sleeping in that cabin. No chance. I logged everything in my field book and radioed in a soft alert on the SAT unit. Just a non-emergency, unusual activity, note for my supervisor to review when I got back. That night, I woke up just after 3 a.m. Something had disturbed the gravel outside my tent. I lay still, listening. Then I heard it, a slow dragging sound like something scraping the ground. Then a footstep. Then another. I stayed still and reached quietly for my flashlight and my bear spray. I didn't unzip the tent. I didn't breathe hard. I just waited. After a long moment, the steps faded. Maybe they moved down the hill. I don't know. I waited until first light before unzipping the flap. My boots, which I'd left outside the tent under the fly, were gone. I found them about 30 feet downhill, neatly placed side by side on a log. Nothing inside. No bite marks. No disturbance in the moss around them. I checked the area again. No tracks. No trash. No hair. I packed up and left. I didn't go back to Tin Cup. I cut off trail and bushwhacked a direct line back to the trailhead. It added 4 miles and took me through a dry ravine filled with deadfall. I twisted my ankle once, but I didn't stop. I made it back to the rig around sunset, drove into town, and filed a full report. A few days later, law enforcement went out to inspect Tin Cup. They didn't find anything new. Whoever had been there was gone. The pages I found were taken as evidence, but no prints could be lifted. No known missing persons matched the site. The local deputy just said, probably some hermit or burnout. Case closed. But here's the part that sticks with me. About 6 months later, I was going through old logbooks from that area for a seasonal audit. Cross-checking entries, confirming GPS pings, that kind of thing. I flipped open a binder from 6 years prior, looking at old patrol records. One entry caught my eye. Short and routine, just like mine. It read, Ramsey to Tin Cup. Unlocked door. Signs of occupation. Strange notebook pages under bunk. Will report. The name signed at the bottom was Thomas Reimer. I stared at that name for a long time. Thomas was a ranger who went missing in 2019. His disappearance was a big deal in our circles. He'd gone out on a patrol and never returned. Helicopters, dogs, volunteers. Nothing was ever found. Just vanished. Same loop. Same cabins. Same pages. I checked the report logs again. There was no mention of pages in the final report. No photos. No evidence logged. It had been scrubbed clean. Or maybe no one believed him at the time. Maybe no one followed up. I don't know where Thomas went. I don't know who wrote those words or who was living